Alright. Get back in here, Atmos. Beyond our sky, past the countless stars and stones, far outside the ever-expanding border of our universe, there is a wall of dark, rippling fog. We are about to travel beyond that wall to a world where magic has not yet been forgotten and the horizons have not yet been tamed. Tyrileth, where the gaping deeps of the earth await in sullen shadow, and heroes will either be swallowed up or forged into legends. Heroes like the group of intrepid adventurers known as the Emerald Wing. When we last saw our heroes, they had glimpsed a dark future in the mind of the beholder dragon Gethalras, a future in which the Aegis would tear down the foundations of the world in service of Athsur, dark god of corruption. In a place where reality could shift at any moment like changes in the weather, the Emerald Wing wound their way down into an Aegis stronghold, accompanied by the Starwalker hunter-priest Murmur and Hyde, Idori, and Ira, members of a faction calling themselves the Last Revolution. Idori turned on the group, murdering Hyde and disappearing, leaving the survivors to delve deeper into uncertain fate. The catastrophic dragon Zerafal took this opportunity to separate Jesu from the group, break his mind, and take control. The party emerged from deep in the earth to a mountaintop chasm, a dark echo of the dojo where Ira had received her training. There they faced the Herald of Undoing and a contingent of ghasts. In the chaos of battle, Zerafal threw Mouse into the chasm, killing her as Jesu watched in helpless horror, passenger in his own body. The survivors were forced to negotiate with Zerafal for Jesu's life and an uneasy temporary truce, freeing the dragon from his bindings to Jesu, then recovered Mouse's body in time for Murmur to restore her body and call her soul back. Diego Dela, the personification of death, warned our heroes of Athsur's true intentions just before Gethalras awoke from his reality-bending dreams. Attempts to negotiate with the mad creature left an opening for our heroes to flee, collapsing a passageway in the process. Upon their escape, they set out for Anzanet, taking refuge in a hallowed cave where Gethalras' forces would not find them. Messages and warnings came from gods and lost friends alike, informing the Emerald Wing and their companions of the movements of their quarry, the slaver Oswald Kulis. And so, our heroes hurry now to the shores of the Sea of Glass, seeking ferry to Hollowpoints, a drow city suspended over the water from the ceiling of the Eldon Kinderdark. Which is where we will pick up tonight's session.
Oh yeah. This is gonna be intense.
Nope.
In retrospect,
I miss.
it probably would have been better if I had turned Mouse's stone and then pushed her, because then you would have just had to put her back together with mending and then greater restoration.
That sounds
That sounds terrible. Yeah.
Because he has a counterplate.
Yeah, but it's like one piece at a time.
So you just spend the next 12 hours and then greater restoration.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds just awful.
Problem
Okay.
is that the only resurrection spell Murmur had at his his disposal was the one that you only have a minute for. He only had Revivify on hand, so...
That could have been way worse than what it was. Even as it was close.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, play my cards right. Play my cards right.
Okay. So, we are on the shores of the Glass Shore? Or the
You're
Glass
approaching the Sea of Glass.
Sea of
It's
Glass.
it takes some time to travel there from where you are. It's quite some distance, and Murmur is leading you through the Underdark. There are passages that are entirely open to the larger Eldon Kinderdark, the sort of mega cavern that you sometimes emerge into, and there are passages where you have to walk down through some winding caves in order to reach the goal.
And did we ever decide what we want our cover to be? Because
I think we kind of settled into mercenaries. I think it's the most comfortable with everybody. Just based off of the fact that, like, I mean, having you tied up and being slavers is a little less, like, I mean, we're mercenaries as it is, in essence. So, you know, it's sprinkling a little lie on top of the truth that is already there. So, Little easier to maintain cover that way.
Okay. The only thing I get nervous of is if he's like super like prestigious, would he even care about like
Ragtag team. Sure.
Oh,
I mean, we could always say we defeated Lord Gathalrus. Because kind of did.
a what?
Sort of, you know.
Defeated, escaped.
So within the first hour or so of your travels on this first day, you are forced to descend. Off in the distance, you can see the glistening of the Sea of Glass, and you can see just faintly by the sort of supernatural light that comes up from within the Sea of Glass, you can see a faint outline of Hollowpoints far in the distance, but you unfortunately are forced to return deep into the earth in a passageway that leads you down through some winding caverns. It's
fantastic. There's a whole lot of trouble coming up. I can feel it. It's okay, my wisdom is off the charts. So cool. Okay. Yeah. That'll be fun.
Speaking of which, has your passive perception changed? I think it would have.
Yes, it. I believe it is now. I want to say 20. Let me find it.
Yeah.
Well, according to my sheet, it says 20 passive perception.
Okay. Which means that you and Murmur are the first to sense a faint rumbling in the earth.
Oh, ruh-roh. We got some rumbling going on, and it's not my stomach. Well, it might be my stomach.
Not exclusively your
Not
stomach.
exclusively, there you go.
Yeah.
Not just me. Can we tell
And although
where-
this map does not actually show exits and entrances, but there are in fact some. It's just that this is
smaller ones or whatever. Yeah. Where'd it go? I just had it up and then it made it disappear. Right. No, there it is. Okay. So we're just going basically along the long corridor, right?
Oh, mine's just not working.
Yeah, you are on the upper right of this map,
Anything wants it out, I think, but it's doing it.
just coming down from a passage that leads in.
Okay.
But my full 20s.
So it's more. See if I can do this.
Not that map. You
Oh,
are
okay.
you're in the center
Oh, roll 20.
lower on. Yeah. As far as the overall map goes, you're in the center lower area. Not
Yeah,
totally
it's-
at the bottom, because that would be too close to.
Kind of like the neck of it. Oh.
Sorry, we missed a bit because
Or,
feedback.
or
Okay.
20, right?
Oh my goodness. That's a big map. I'm terrified.
Yeah, on the battle map, you're near the upper right section. On the
Okay,
overall area map that I posted to Discord a while ago, you're kind of right in the middle at this point. You are headed north towards the southern border of the Sea of Glass.
So I just-
Cool. Okay. That's a lot of Underdark. Okay, so we feel the rumblings coming from. Can we tell which direction it's coming from? Like, is it to the south?
It feels kind of like a very, very minor earthquake. It's kind of hard to determine a direction. It's just the earth is rumbling.
Oh dear.
However, Murmur just rolled a nat 20 on his nature check,
Yeah! Oh, the night.
and Murmur says, "We're going to want to move quickly. That's a purple worm."
That's what I was afraid of. Dang it!
Yeah.
Knew
Here we go,
it!
though.
Oh, I knew it!
I know how to make poisons.
It's a big worm. Okay.
He says, judging from the strength of the rumblings, it is not far and it is aware of us. It's likely to attack momentarily.
Oh crap. Okay, let's huff it. I mean, I guess we're heading south.
We can go trick and see if he goes away.
We could. I mean, that's just it. I don't know.
Oh, they won't.
I watched this play called Tremors, and they don't leave very fast. They usually stick
I just
around.
love the idea that the Tremors is a play that exists
Sock
in universe now.
Canon. Okay.
Yeah. Starring the great actor Sir Kevin of Bacon.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
How?
Rip it.
Can I rip it?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rip it.
That feels a lot better.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's prepare ourselves.
How many are in our group?
7.
How many people could Rin cover with fly? Not counting mouse. 3?
That's what it sounded like.
Because if it senses tremors, if we could get in the air.
Mouse is going to start floating off the ground a little bit.
It's gonna be clutch.
How high up are is the ceiling above us, David?
It kind of ranges wildly throughout this whole area. Right now, where you're at, it's probably 40, 50 feet.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, the only reason it hasn't outright attacked already is that he rolled a nat 20 on that nature check, so I'm assuming he recognized the rumblings early enough for you to have a little prep time.
Yay. Yeah, I mean, Zafine has levitate, but I mean that's just gets you off the ground. Doesn't get you to move anywhere.
More fast?
I mean, I've got double-sided stuff. Oh, I'm gonna die. Okay.
The rumbling is growing stronger.
Well, I seem like we're just like running at this point, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's start
I mean-
running.
We're saying about
Aside from like half the party cast fly, half the party cast levitate, so we have like a tow rope system going on. But even that is gonna be we're gonna fight a purple worm tonight.
Did you ever say run or did you?
I mean, running honestly is probably one of our best options.
Well, then
I mean, like I say, we can fly, but there's the chances of it just sticking around are pretty high.
Well, let's just start booking it then.
I'll say the group probably makes it down to about here, and because of your slight head start, the purple worm is going to pop up out of the earth behind you now.
Sweet.
Hello, goodbye.
Hi.
Yeah.
Oh goodness gracious. Ah! I want to speak with animals. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna say it's time for an initiative roll no matter what.
Yeah, okay.
So
Okay, here we go. It's too soon for this. Oh my goodness, that was garbage! Roll a 4 and a 5. How dare I?
I got a 7.
Banned for the rest of the night.
7 for mouse.
10 for Jisoo.
I've got 8 for Tamati.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll for Savine. That's not super great either. My knight is going to suck tonight.
Oh, joy.
She got 8 as well. So she goes before I do.
Yeah, her dex would be higher.
That's a whole lot of rope. Whole lot of rut roll right there.
Yeah. Murmur gets not great.
Man, what's this low initiative stuff going on?
So rope trip?
Yeah, right?
Ira rolls better than anyone so far.
Hey, for 11. I'm just kidding.
She has a modified 20.
Oh, nice. Let's see, Rolf.
The purple worm has a number.
Ah, dang it. Well, it's only been like 2 years since we fought Purple Worm, so this is our first encounter aside from the owl bears that Samae shot.
What do we have for Rin once you are done with that pickle? And you are muted, so if you're saying it, we...
It's one of those classic, like, the purple worm jumps out and stops like spear still stuck in its nose. No!
Yeah.
It's the same one! It's been following us all this time.
What was
Six?
that?
Oh, 6s. Yeah, we're all right there.
Yeah, Rin bringing up the rear with a 6.
Oh, no. It's gonna be so rough. I love it. Zafina's gonna cast Feather Fortress on herself as we're running.
Okay, I'll allow that. She
So,
would have
yeah.
probably done it along the way.
As soon as I said, "Oh crap, it's gonna be a purple feather."
Yeah. She wasn't there for the first purple worm encounter. You guys ran into her
That's true. Afterwards,
after the fact.
it's nasty. That's cool. Okay.
Alright,
Oh, and
No.
I guess I should actually heal Ira up here. She should not be at 0 HP. She is no longer...
Yes, please.
In fact, all of you should be at full HP. You've had a long rest, so...
Perfect.
But Ira is going to act first, and she is not confident in her ability to wrestle a purple worm, so she is just going to run as fast as she can.
Nice.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, familiars. I didn't think about familiars. So, Nip 17. Do we have a roll for Loki?
You did.
10.
10?
10.
Okay. Loki is one of 3 characters to get a roll of 10, presumably has the lowest dex of all of them, and so we'll go after both Jasu and Murmur. Let's see, where's... Murmur might act before Jasu is... What's Jasu's dex right now?
Tentatively right now 4.
Okay, so... Yeah, Murmur has a dex of 20 or plus 5, so I assume he'd probably go right before Jasu. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, Ira is just going to take off running, and she wants no part of the purple worm. As like, as long as there is hope that she can outrun it, she's going to try. It's Nip's turn now. I don't have tokens for... I will add tokens for the familiars here, but...
Make you hold an action. Or you. And
I think like why? I'm not really sure what I want to do at the moment.
Yeah. The token is a mouse, even if he's not a mouse at the moment, but it's... The token for Nip is a mouse, even if he is not, in fact, a mouse at the moment, but...
So she's gonna have Nip hold its action, and if it gets close enough in range, fly over and do the held action.
Okay.
If that's good.
Yeah, can't hold a movement, can hold an action.
Okay. Okay.
When you can still have a move.
Yeah, you're just gonna go now.
Okay. That is cool, yeah.
Alright. That makes it the purple worm's turn. Let's see. It's going to have... How
That
much
worm is
movement?
coming for us.
Yeah.
Worm 80 feet. Man, why don't I research these creatures like after I fight them? Because I mean that would be a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
If I ever come up against them, I'm like, oh yeah, piece of cake. I know what this. Oh dear.
Yeah. Yeah, the purple worm, its huge length just kind of dives up and into the earth a couple of times and emerges much closer to you guys as it comes roaring closer with both the rumbling that is shaking the entire passageway and also kind of a low roar that is coming from the mouth of the creature itself. So you would estimate that it's probably, if you had to guess, it's around, in spite of the size of the token, about 5 feet in diameter, but around 80 feet long. It's got a lot of...
Good heavens. Still not the biggest one we've ever seen.
Good for salt swallowing. Us.
And let's see, it's... Yeah, that's its turn. Which will make it Murmur's turn. And... Oh, I have not dealt with new spells for Murmur at all from the C volume, but that's something I'll have to think about another time, because right now
Right.
he's just...
That's what I thought too. I'm like, oh, I've got so many. Oh, I haven't even looked at any of them. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Let's see. I don't think that's a spell he gets. No, that's not on the cleric list. Okay. And spell slots, he has quite a few. Okay. I'm just making sure I know where he stands.
Oh, dang. Yeah.
Okay, he's going to move over here so that I think everybody should be within his range, yeah. And he's going to cast Mass Shield of Faith.
Yeah!
And everybody within 30 feet of him, which is all of you, gain +2 AC for as long as he can maintain concentration. And as he goes, he's just going to shout, "Run, but be ready to fight! It's faster than we are." And that's about as much as he's going to have time to get out between spellcasting and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
He should also be back at full HP. No, not 145,000 HP. He's not that good. This is just like, Murmur's indestructible. Did I mention this?
He's just a little.
Time. Yeah.
Alright, so he is maintaining concentration on that. He can maintain concentration for up to a minute. I will keep track of that. And that will make it Jasu's turn.
Goody. Okay, I'm going to. Jasu will use his bonus action and go into his shocking influence.
Okay.
And then. So he gets all lightning looking up, and then. Okay. He will spend 3 ki and cast lightning bolt.
Okay.
Which, when he's in his shocking influence, he deals 1 extra d6 damage.
Okay. It makes a dex save,
Yeah,
correct?
save. Let me see.
It rolled a natural 1, so I don't think it matters.
Hey!
Okay, so that is 23. $32 damage, lightning damage,
Nice.
and it is
Okay.
shadow. It is now shadow linked.
Okay.
Shadow Winked, what was that like?
No, wait, I don't know. I can't remember what it's called. But cool, and that is just.
Okay. Not gonna move.
Oh well, yeah, sorry.
I would advise moving.
Yeah. So I can move 55. So 10, 15, 40.
I'm gonna use this symbol for the shadow mark or shadow link, or I don't remember the term.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called exactly. Link.
Oh.
And you hear a sort of hacking noise from the maw of the creature as your lightning bolt strikes it, and you see it kind of twitching with the electricity, the dark electricity that is... Actually, your electricity is no longer dark. I forgot about that. There's like a moment of darkness at first, but your electricity is now glows with a sort of a white blue, as your powers are no longer fueled by Xerafal, but rather by Jinso.
I'm like totally full up, like my eyes are blue and like lightning.
Yeah.
It's just like
55 feet.
color shift.
Yeah.
It's just like a rainbow effect going across.
Yeah.
I love 55 feet.
Cool.
Yeah.
Ooh, love it.
All right, Loki is up now. You're still muted, Sadie. Oh, there you are.
Does
Well,
this
you
work?
were.
Okay. Loki is just gonna hang out with me.
Loki's gonna stay on your shoulder then? Okay.
Nevermore.
Yeah. That will make it Zephine's turn.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let me see what I've got here. Okay, so she's definitely running. But as she's running, she's going to... this is going to be interesting. If I remember how to do this, she's going to...
New character, who does?
Yeah, pretty much. So much fun. Okay, so if I want to do a quickening a spell, is that a key point to spend on that? If I do a quickening spell?
I
I think it's a
believe
sorcery
so.
point.
They're interchangeable for her.
Perfect. Yep, there it is. Sorcery point. So
Yeah,
I will
her
do
key
a...
points and sorcery points are interchangeable because we wanted her to actually be viable as a multi-class, and so I custom made a subclass for her that
Good deal.
uses.
So I've got 7 of those. So if I use 1 sorcery / key point, then I would quicken the spell. Or no, sorry, not quicken. Twin the spell. That's what I want to do. And I want to do the catapult. So she's going to scoop up 2 stones from the ground, launch them both. I'm trying to... catapult.
Doesn't she have the one rock that always comes back to her?
Uh-huh, the cope stone.
Just be back now.
Seems to have that. Player gets +2 wisdom so long as they're wearing shoes of any kind. Instead moves has that. Well, I mean, like the cope stone doesn't really give her any kind of like bonus to an attack or anything, but it does magically reappear. I'm like, we're kind of in the Underdark. There's probably, I mean, we're in a cavern.
Yeah,
There's
you're
probably
at no shortage of ammunition here. There are small stones scattered all over.
Go. Where's my catapult? There it is. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna twin the catapult spell, which is a level 1 slot. Within 30 feet. Yeah, okay, that should still be 30 feet. Oh, it flies in a straight line up to 90 feet. So then I just... Oh, my goodness. Before falling to the ground, stop. Object would strike a creature. That creature must make a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save.
So make 2 of them. Failed save.
They both fail.
Sweet.
Because the higher one of the 2 was a 7.
Object takes 3d8 of damage. Where my other d8? There it is. So for the first one is 12 points of damage for the first one.
Nice.
And for the second one, it is 13 points of damage.
Nice.
And then she's just gonna hoof it. She's got what, 50 feet, something like that. Normally 60 feet, but she's done the Feather Fortress, which knocks 10 feet off. So, 5.
Yeah, so as she scoops up some rocks, there's a streak of motion as she magically speeds them towards the creature, and they impact. You can, even from this distance, you can hear the kind of thunk as it echoes through the creature, and from behind you, all of you hear this echoing.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, and then we'll put her down here. I don't really have.
That hurt my throat a little to do. Even with the effects. I'm okay. Don't worry about it.
So I don't have control, so we'll put her down here by Jisu. And then
I have no idea what what that sounded like through the effects, but I hope it was as terrifying as it was supposed to.
it was primo. I'm telling you, it was.
Yeah.
I peed a little. Okay, yeah. So we'll put her down here next to Jisu.
Okay.
And then while Tamati is going, I'm just going to grab some control from her. Because I don't have control of her token.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I can grant control real quick.
Okay, Tamati.
Oh, can I? I have to go into the character Oh, geez. That was harder on my throat than I thought it was going to be.
Sounded great. If you do it again, just go, and I'll just map on top.
I think I should be able to do it again with a little less damage, but that was... Alright, hopefully you should have control of her now.
Yep. Perfect.
Okay. And I will be right back, but Tamati's turn is next, so be thinking what you're plotting here.
Okay. Oh no. It's gonna use Celestial Fist, but it works on large or smaller creatures. That's huge. That's not gonna work. Oh no, we're gonna do it. Okay. Got a guiding bolt up the nose.
Down the throat.
Guiding both them up the butt.
Yeah, as he's roaring, I'm just gonna go ha ha. That's why David chokes so bad on that one, because he's got guiding bolt down the throat.
How far can everybody get?
I've got 50 feet. No, 40 feet. So we're staying fairly close together.
I see. Love you. Okay, I'm back.
Excellent. So we found out why you're choking. It's because Tamati's doing a guiding bolt down the throat.
Yeah.
Okay, so guiding bolt. Have to remember what to do. Flash of light streaks towards your character. Roll an attack on a hit. Ranged spell attack on a hit. I'm gonna go into a rage before I throw this. No, I'll go into rage after. No, I'm going to a rage. Going to rage is a big scary guiding bolt. Doesn't help me much, but that's okay. We're gonna do it anyway.
Yeah.
And that's that's good. That's 16 plus 10 is 26 to hit. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Oh yeah. Talk about the wisdom. Okay, 4d6. Sorry.
I'm gonna use this symbol for rage, just so we remember you're raging.
Oh, cool. Okay. Grab some more d6s because I failed to plan ahead. Open. Ooh, super. Too many dice. I know what I got. 4. Oh, that's garbage roll. 9 points of damage. Of radiant damage. That is
Nice.
terrible. I'll take it, but it's terrible. What is that? Guiding bolt. And I just take. No, because rage damage doesn't count with guiding bolt because it's not a melee attack. No, it's straight base. Okay. And I'm just gonna take off hauling down to about here. It's roughly 40 feet.
Give it this target symbol so we know that the next attack made against it has advantage from guiding bolt.
With full waves blushing.
Yeah.
I hit it!
Yeah, that's like one of the first times that's ever worked for Tamati, so...
I think that's my second or third time shooting it. Yeah, the first one totally missed. Just off the wall missed. I'm like, never using that ever again.
Yeah. Alright,
so
your bolt of divine energy is stronger than you remember it being the last time you used it. There's more oomph with it. There's there's a recoil to your hand as you blast it out. And it strikes the creature pretty squarely, and you continue running without thinking too much about looking back. You're not in the mood to continue staring too much. You want to move.
I want to kill Purple Worm, but not right now.
Which will make it Mouse's turn.
Yes, you get attack damage.
rules with like dashing with bonus action?
What was that? Sorry.
So can you dash with a bonus action?
As a rogue, you can. Yeah, you can use your cunning action to dash and still have your full action.
Is that dash like on top of your regular?
Yeah, so you run your regular movement of like, what is it, 30, 40 feet, and then you'll do a dash on top of that, which adds on that additional speed.
Yeah.
So it's like 30 feet plus 30 feet. So you get total 60 feet from your move plus your dash.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go. So I get advantage minus.
What was that? Sorry.
If I get advantage, do I get sneak attack, or just if I get sneak attack, does that mean advantage?
You get sneak attack from advantage, and so it's
Getting bold for the win!
yeah. So you're guaranteed sneak attack here because you have advantage from guiding bolt. Nobody has to be flanking it. You don't have to do any hiding or anything. You just get advantage from that. So.
Yeah, that's gonna stay in my arsenal for a long time.
Yeah, I'm going to.
For a first level spell, it's surprisingly useful all the way through.
Pretty great. I'm not gonna lie.
Would that work for both of them? Again.
You can only get sneak attack once per turn, but I believe I gave... No, you have the ability. I think
Yeah.
you'd actually... You would get sneak attack the first time. I don't know that since you'd use up the advantage that there's any way you'd get advantage a second time right now.
It's
Okay.
true, yeah.
But you'd get one count of sneak attack, and then the second attack would just be a regular one, I think.
Okay.
That would make
And
sense.
then I'm gonna do the sharpshooter thing where you like subtract 5 and you get 10.
Okay.
Does guiding bolt count with great weapon master? I'm just kidding. Totally kidding.
So 10 plus 5, 15.
That's a miss, unfortunately.
Oh.
Is that with advantage, though?
Yeah, that's good. The other one's
Ouch.
Yeah.
15. Okay.
Low rolls tonight. Low rolls.
Well,
That's okay.
the second attack you don't get advantage on, but you could still get your sneak attack on it if you do hit, so...
16?
Still a miss, unfortunately.
Darn.
Okay, and then I'm going to dash out of there.
Okay. Alright. So, Mouse is kind of trying to quickly take a couple of shots over her shoulder with her crossbows and stuff, but it's just... She's a little too concerned about getting away from the creature to be able to really get a square shot on it, so they fly...
Big
they
monster.
fly a little wide. Yeah.
I think I still have PTSD from the first worm. That's why I'm like, nope, 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 nope.
Yeah. You guys have come a long way since then, though.
It's true, but it's still, and it's one of those, like, it looks smaller than the original one was. So, I mean, there's that.
Yeah.
But still, I'm just like, nope.
Yeah, it's probably around the same size as the first
it?
purple worm was. It's just,
I just remember it being much bigger in my mind.
yeah.
True.
Yeah.
20 feet long and 150 feet. I mean, 20 feet wide.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's
All right. Rin's turn then.
so. But I would have resisted it.
I would like to cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Yeah, Nip just teleports to you there.
Zup.
I hear you talking out there, but you're muted on Discord, so...
Second beam is a 31.
Second beam's a 31. What's the first beam?
The head shake was a 14. Wow, yeah.
14.
Okay, yeah. First beam's a miss. Second beam's a hit.
It keeps auto-muting her.
She's using push to talk at the moment.
Oh,
so I think
okay,
she's-
that makes sense. Okay. I was like, why is this? Cool. It's all good. Okay. Damage for the second.
12 points of force damage.
Nice.
You beat mine 9 points.
Yeah,
Still cool.
your first bolt goes wide and just rams into one of the stalagmites that's growing up out of the ground, but the second beam strikes home, and there's a crackling, sort of whirring sound as it sinks into the creature.
I would also like to use my Lance of Lethargy
Okay.
and slow it down by, I think it's 10 feet.
Every little bit helps.
All right. So as your Eldritch Blast strikes home, there's kind of a crackling of cold energy as some ice starts to sort of rime the body of the creature, slowing its progress a little bit.
Okay, and then for my bonus action, I would like to use my Soul of the Raven and merge with Loki and go the 50 feet.
Okay. Well, I'll leave the tokens separate, but you know that you're in Raven form at the moment, so you can move wherever you would like.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Which is going to make it Ira's turn once again. Click to the next round just so that I can keep track of how long Murmur is maintaining.
That's right, I forgot about that. Oh, I didn't forget about that. That's good written down. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Ira is just going to I think she's going to dash and move as far as she can in this direction, which would put her around there. And Nip's turn. I don't know if he's going to do anything separate from...
Sorry, I was just moving mouse to the exit. I didn't realize it was tunnel.
Question.
Yeah.
Question.
Yes.
Does merging with Loki take Loki's... Does it take him out of initiative?
I think so for the moment.
Are you right here? Are you right here?
It's true, none of us really know which direction we're headed. Run! Which way? Anyway!
Yeah.
Sorry, that was my bad.
No, you're fine. It's like I say, it's like, I don't know where I'm going. We're just
Yeah.
running as fast as we can.
Well, if Nip's going to do anything, make note of it, but I'm assuming that Nip is probably just along for the ride for the most part at this point, so...
Yeah.
He's going to hold his action for help in case it comes that close. Oh, Murmur!
Yeah, it is going... It's the Purple Worm's turn. It is going to attack Murmur.
I thought he ran faster than that.
Let's see. First, it kind of, in spite of where it's placed, it comes up partially in front of Murmur and partially behind him. First, its tail lashes out with a sharp stinger in the direction of Murmur.
Oh no.
Which Murmur manages to throw himself to the side and just barely avoid.
Yay!
And then the creature's mouth comes up from the other side.
No!
And hits, and Murmur has to make a dex save right now. Which he fails. Murmur is swallowed by the purple worm.
Oh no! Oh, crap.
He also takes some damage from...
Okay, I'm gonna get it restrained the next round. Hopefully.
Oh goodness. I'm planning for Tamati and I'm forgetting about Sophine.
Alright, let's see. Murmur takes 25 damage from the bite attack and is swallowed up.
Dang it.
So I'm just gonna put this down here, and he's just in it. He's been swallowed at the moment.
Bye.
Which then makes it Murmur's turn. Let's see. He is currently blinded and restrained. Which really limits what he can do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has disadvantage on his attacks, but he is, Yeah, you know what? This seems like a good moment for it. You see a faint glow from inside the creature's mouth as he activates his Raging Overheat.
Nice.
And begins to
Yes, please.
heat up, sending a blue glow coming forth from the creature's maw.
Noise.
And he doesn't get to attack because turning on Raging Overheat is his full action. But he is considered grappled. So he is going to deal some damage.
I know we talked about previously that
10
being a
10 fire damage to the creature as he
Nice.
activates his Raging Overheat. Which the purple worm is not at all happy about that situation.
little acid reflux there. Feel it? Yep. There you go. Careful what you eat.
But it continues weaving its way in and out of the ground towards all of you with the glow emanating from its maw as it just begins to draw closer once again.
It's so good.
And that will make it Jasu's turn.
I'm going to use my spend 2 key
Okay.
and use my bonus action to shadow lock it. So it is blinded and restrained. The blinding doesn't really count, but it's restrained until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, blinding doesn't really do anything because it has like blind sense and tremor sense, but
And that's still
but
the end
it
of my
is. Yeah, it's restrained, so I'll put a net on it for now. Oh, I should probably. Let's see.
That's 3d6 damage. Like an extra one because my strike yourself. So that's 13 lightning damage.
Nice.
Okay, and since I can't run until the end of my next turn, have him help me. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Am I next to it?
You are, yes.
I'm just going to take two strikes, two hits against it, and every attack against it has advantage, right? So just a heads up.
Yeah, because it's restrained, so you've got advantage.
Natural 20 on the first one.
Hey!
Nice.
And 20. Second hit is. I'm not lying about this.
Another nat 20?
Yep.
Man, you go from a double nat
Nice.
1 to a double nat 20.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
Like I
Crits
said-
on crits.
Jeez.
Yeah. I'm not lying.
It's fantastic.
Sweet. So I'm using the bow. Oh, and I'm using the bow. Oh shoot! I think it does extra fire or necrotic damage if I crit with it. It's been a while since I really. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. This will take a second. So it's a D8. So that's. Okay, so the first one is. Wait, sorry. Let me. It's been forever since I've critted with my bow. Sorry, guys.
You're good. It's giving me lots
Okay,
of
let's
time
see.
to prep.
This one, martial arts, addition. Okay, on a critical hit, add an additional damage dice to your roll. Okay. So it's just an extra D8 of whatever. Okay. So 4, 8. Necrotic. Okay, so it did 10 bludgeoning.
So your dice are doubled after your
Yeah,
because it's a
yeah.
crit. So
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just say it separate. So it's 10 bludgeoning,
yeah,
6 lightning
nice.
because of the shocking influence, 8 necrotic, and 5 extra bludgeoning from the plus.
Extra bludgeoning.
Nice.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's lovely.
second one.
Extra bludgeoning.
Yeah.
The plus 5.
Yeah. No, you're good. I was just. It's fine.
Second one is 6, so that's 12. It's 12. So I just said it's 17 bludgeoning. Oh, 19. Okay. The second hit is 17 bludgeoning, 12
Nice.
lightning, and 10 necrotic.
Nice.
Ah!
Yeah. So you just lay into this creature, and you can see it convulsing as you are dealing all of this damage to it. And with this deep, horrifying hacking sound, it coughs up Murmur. And Murmur gets spat out over to about here. And
Nice.
is prone, glowing blue with his the heat of his raging overheat, and covered in a mucus that is faintly sizzling against the the heat of his body.
Oh no. Oh,
Plus
okay,
the
okay.
yeah, plus the general acidity of the mucus. It's a combination of his own heat and the acid.
Oh dear.
From it moving, did we get a gauge of maybe about how quickly it moves per round, or not yet?
It's a bit slowed right now. It moved around 40, 45 feet on its last turn. You know,
Okay.
it's slowed a bit by the Lance of Lethargy that was
That's right. That's right.
that Rin
Might be
used.
able to outrun it.
Well done.
I will stay here for now.
Yeah.
Because it's till the end of my turn. So
Yeah. It's starting to look pretty ragged at this point. It is there are just wounds that have opened from your lightning and from your blows. It's starting to look kind of rough. So
someone did a lot of damage for once.
yeah.
That's
Great. I loved it.
All right, would be Loki's turn, but Loki is currently merged with Rin, so Loki is going to forego this turn. Zephine's turn.
Fantastic. Okay. This is gonna be fun. Okay, what I want to do is I want to quicken the enlarge spell onto Tamati.
Okay.
So Tamati just grew in size, and that's the bonus action. And then for her action, she wants to do the brooding death cry. If I can remember where I saw that. Where'd it go? Brooding death. There it is. Okay, brooding death cry as an action. Lock eyes with an enemy. Does it have eyes? Does that matter?
Yeah, it does not have eyes.
Okay. Well, that's.
Let's see. I'm trying to decide.
It's like you lock
I
eyes.
don't
with an
remember.
enemy.
This is where it gets complicated because of the fact that the Habanshid are my own creation, and
Right, super fun.
I don't. So the only things I have to reference are my own judgment calls on this.
Yeah. Because it says, as bonus action, lock eyes with an enemy within 50 feet that I can see and unleash a banshee howl, filling its mind with visions of impending death. Must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, takes 2d6 plus charisma psychic, and is paralyzed. On a success, half as much damage, not paralyzed. So
I'm gonna go
it's-
look up the racial notes real quick, just because I am
Yeah.
not going to absorb it fully by hearing it right now.
You're good. That's fine. I only half absorb it while reading it, so.
Yeah. Let's see, brooding death cry. I'll allow it. It's more about the sound of the howl than it is the eye contact, I would say. So.
Okay. So yeah, then she's gonna do that. So DC of
It makes a wisdom save.
Yep.
It
DC
fails a wisdom save.
Oh yeah. Which means that that the bug takes 2d6 worth of psychic. It's not great, but it's okay. 2d6 plus charisma mod. Where's my charisma? 2d6 plus 2, which is a total of 7 points of psychic damage, and is paralyzed.
It was already restrained, so that's just...
Fantastic. There's a whole lot of stuck in place. Cool.
It's restrained and paralyzed.
He's not moving anywhere. Okay, so yeah, Tamati is now enlarged. I think with that, she's still gonna move up toward Ira.
From the some of the cracks in the exoskeleton of the creature, you can see that this purple ichor is starting to drain out from some of the areas. It's the purple worm is leaking.
Yeah, that's gross. I love it. Okay.
Which will in turn make it Tamati's turn.
And Tamati just, oh yeah! He's gonna run back and just pull out the siege maul and do some damage.
Nice.
Okay.
It being restrained and paralyzed, you have advantage
Yeah.
on all attacks against it.
Yeah. In that case, I'm gonna do the Great Weapons Master because.
Oh, and it's paralyzed. Melee attacks are auto crits if they hit.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Great Weapons Master. Since I don't, and then with rage and all that fun stuff.
And you're enlarged.
And I'm enlarged. Yeah. Okay. So that's a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
On the first one, and on the second one, not so great. Oh man, I thought that was a double natural 1 for a second. I really hope it wasn't. I'm gonna I don't know. I'll just re-roll it. I'll count the
Because it
natural
was, like,
1 as the
cocked,
1,
then.
but yeah. That's just as I was pulling them across. I think it rolled in my hand, but I don't know for sure. So, okay, that would make that one a modified 20 then, keeping the natural.
That's a hit.
Okay. Just doing the 2. So auto crits on those. Do I Siege Maul have anything fun with the auto crit or with the crits? No. Nope, that's the fire heart. Okay. Never mind. Okay. So 2.
I will say, with the Siege Maul, because of the like chitinous armor coating that armor plating that this has, I'll give you an extra die of damage per crit.
Cool.
So
I'll take it then. For 12 doubled is 24 plus 6 is 30 plus rage is 32.
nice.
Plus great weapons is 42 points of damage on the first one.
Nice.
And then and a D4 because I'm enlarged.
Yeah.
So it's 42
Plus your raging.
Yeah, I already got that one. So that's plus 2, which is an additional plus 4, so that's 46.
Nice.
Yeah, 46. Okay. And then for the second hit, 3, 5, 6, 10, doubled is 20. That counted that one. So 20 plus 2 is 22, plus 6 is 28.
How do you want to do this?
Oh my goodness! With such glee and fear all at once, just like, okay,
Right when you said poof,
right across his face. Just, like I said, it's like fear of like the original worm coming out of the ground, going, and then all of a sudden, just see spit murmur out. I'm like, okay, that's good. He's out.
Yeah. All right, so Tamati runs back up and he begins to just wail on the creature with his siege maul, which in his enlarged hands actually looks more like just a hammer. It's like it doesn't really look like as much of a weapon as it usually does, but still you strike true to the creature, and as its maw is gaping towards you, it looks like it's going to try to bite at you. You just buckle the jaw completely, and it just crackles inward. And you see armor plating just cracking and buckling as the creature slides to a halt near you, with through ripping up the stone of the ground, gravel spraying over you as it just.
And I just as soon as it stops, I just keep smashing the head.
As soon as Tamati stops, Jisu's going to start going towards it excitedly, pulling out his poisoner and kid stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Murmur's already out. He got spat out with the attack from Jisu. So
Is Murmur a ranger? Right.
He's a ranger cleric.
Okay. Would he know pretty well how to like help dice up and get stuff from?
Yeah, he'd have some skills in that area. He can assist.
I'm gonna call him over and who has hired?
It'd be probably survival or nature. I'd say survival for this purpose.
Oh, didn't we say that I could use my poisoner kit instead?
Possibly, I don't remember. He has a +10 to survival in any case, so he's...
I have +7, so I'm going to guide him on what to do.
Okay.
Give him assistance.
Yeah.
Roll with advantage.
Yeah, he, roll with advantage. Okay, yeah, that's a 30 then, because he rolled in that 20.
Oh, I love it.
It would have been a 28, but then with advantage it was a 30. So yeah, he
Fly over to Ira and let her know that the coast is clear.
yeah, you would hear the death cry of the creature, and you would probably
And Tamati just rage laughing.
Yeah.
Insanity ensues.
But yeah, Jasu and Murmur immediately begin working on the tail, extracting the poison from the stinger.
I want to see if I can, like, with my enlarged hunting knife for the last, like, 30 seconds that I have, see if I can pop off some of the scale, so that way I can try and carve it down later to, like, be like shoulder pauldrons.
Yeah.
Just for looks more than anything.
Yeah.
But since I'm enlarged, it's like a huge chunk that I'll just shove in the bag of holding for later.
You can shield out of it.
I could do a shield on it. That'd be cool. Anyway, yeah. Like, pop off the scale. I'd probably shrink down at that point. Like, oh, crap. Like, match it. So cool. I killed the purple worm. I'm so happy. Afterwards, it's just like, hey, oh, I just did that, didn't I? Ooh. That's awesome.
Guys, that went so well. I'm so happy.
Oh, man. That was fun. Oh, so glad we didn't lose Murmur. Not done with him yet.
Yeah.
He knows about the old blood. Add that I'm from Quell, right? He's the one that told me that. Good heavens. I have so many questions, but I don't know any of them.
And
I'm
let
so
me
glad
see.
you're on our side right now.
with your rolls, you got. I'd say you guys got 7 doses of it.
7 doses. It does about 12d6 damage.
Whoa!
Each dose adds 12d6
That's
poison
right.
damage.
You remember that meme where it's like, I add the purple worm poison and...
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
You just you just like.
Oh, man, I love this.
I go over to Tamati and like whisper to him like whatever, like, you know, you'd explain for real world stuff, like how deadly it is.
Poison. Cool.
In fact, let me roll real quick just to... Yeah, you get 2 more bonus doses, so 9 doses of that. Because with Murmur getting a nat 20 on that, you guys are...
Oh, yeah.
No, she's just like, we're just like,
Yeah.
See what happens whenever you're no longer possessed by an evil demon dragon? When?
the dragon.
Yeah. After a few minutes, Tamati returns to his normal size.
But yeah, I was gonna take like at least a couple. I don't know if worms have scales or if it like hide. I don't know how that would work.
Yeah, it has like chitinous armor plate because of its sheer size, so you're able to get just some like plates from it that are spiked with this almost bone-like growth.
I'm
Yeah.
like, gonna deck myself out in purple worm garb.
Yeah.
Get some like bracers, just spines coming out the side.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's kill another one.
I'm like, don't get greedy. First, we run.
Yeah.
Chances are there's probably more than one.
All right, you guys continue along your way, traveling in the general direction of Hollowpoints, and once again, I will be back.
Sounds good. Kill him by the worm!
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I'm gonna figure out how to dig these up. I put them in Tamati's bag of holding.
Or you can always split it up too. I mean, that way,
Yeah.
if like somebody's gone one day or something, they're like, "Oh yeah, it's in both bags."
There's more room in mine for my stuff.
Sure. I mean, I would gladly take the ultimate lethal death juice over here. I'm fine with that. That's cool.
Next time something's paralyzed, just dip it in and...
Yeah, seriously.
So I asked David, and I'm under the impression that you can just have the poison on it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Good as it is, like, just do what's on. So have like that special javelin or something.
Yeah. We'll make something to be fun. I've got my heavy crossbow too, so there's that. This poison is so lethal, it can kill anybody with a single lick. Hey, I was gonna ask you guys. I need you guys to send me what you have for the bag of holding, since we now have 2 of them.
Oh, I've been working on the overall.
Cool. Yeah, whenever you get the list, just let me know.
Sounds good.
Because he's got, like David says, I don't know how long any of this is gonna last, but we have 2 of them. Hey.
Something terribly wrong with one of the sets of stuff.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, it's either gonna like disappear and falter as we're using it,
So
or
there's 2 boots set. You have 2 flying.
that's
But
right.
if the other one breaks,
Well, you know he's gonna target it, right? It's like my feather fire. It's gone forever. Like even with like the magic duplicate of everything, there's no way I'm getting that back.
Yeah.
Just gone. Which is too bad because that was so much fun having that fire immunity. Oh, just standing there like I got like 5 guys around me. Fireball.
Yeah.
Everybody's dead but me.
Daniel and I were making plans of like, okay, I got evasion. You're immune to fire, so you just grapple someone, which is like fireball it.
Yeah, it was gonna be so good. Yeah. So fun.
All right, I'm back.
Hey.
Yes, he doesn't just bear hug him.
Yeah, basically. Yes, yeah.
What is it you think I'm going to take away from you immediately?
I was talking about like having the second of everything. I'm like, just granted, guaranteed stuff's gonna disappear or it's gonna malfunction in some crazy way. But I was like, yeah, it's like the feather of fire. There's no way I'm getting that back. As cool as that would be, but like I said, even that one, I'm like, nah, there's no way. As fun as that fire immunity was. Oh man, I love that. Especially the
So
trap where
after
like
you
everybody was
guys-
on fire, not me. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, after you guys harvest what you can from the corpse of the purple worm, you continue onward, emerging back into the larger mega cavern where you can see the Sea of Glass ahead of you. and you make your way forward. Off in the distance, you can faintly see the what appears to be the Veskrin estate, where Jasu's family is operating. It looks like as you approach, there is some activity between the Veskrin estate and the docks that you can see where there are a bunch of ships made of some kind of dark wood-like material, all like gray, almost black. You can see ships docked there, and you can see that there are drow patrols that are moving back and forth between it. You're trying to move quietly and without drawing attention to yourselves.
So Jasu grew up around here, right?
To a degree. You were a child when you witnessed some of this, but most of your actual time growing up was on the surface.
Okay. Well, like grew up until he escaped.
Yeah, like you were only 5 or 6, I think, at the time that your mother took you out of here. So
okay.
There is a sense of familiarity. This definitely looks recognizable to you. You know this area instinctively on some level, that it feels familiar to you.
Okay. Did we take a short rest or not?
You probably could get a short rest in as you're traveling, without.
Sweet.
And then when I get the chance, I'm going to cast the disguise self. So
Okay.
I don't look exactly like my sister who's just off the street.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the movement of the Veskrin patrols as you're approaching. You're hoping that you can actually evade dealing with them altogether, but you can see that it's pretty active right now. More active than you would have expected it to be. Something's going on. The Veskrin patrols are out in numbers. It's not an ordinary patrol. You see that they are, they have numbers on the watch here. They have at least 3 or 4 different patrols when normally they would only have 1 or 2.
How many on watch?
Lots.
Okay.
Yeah, there are 3 or 4 large patrols, each of which has over a dozen members at the minimum. So, the largest one that you see has probably 30 to 35 drow.
Okay. Are they talking to each other?
They're not interacting strongly. There are messengers that you see moving back and forth between the patrols, but for the most part, they are operating individually.
Okay. Cool.
And once again, I think that probably now with your new wisdom, Tamati and Murmur would be the first to notice that there is movement coming kind of from a similar direction to where you guys came from, off to the side. You see Tamati, you notice a Drider and a good number of spider-like creatures approaching. They look armed for bear. As you look a little closer, you recognize Linanzin, the Drider.
Oh dear.
Leading her patrol.
Oh dear.
Of
They're-
she looks. She and her people look armed for a big fight. They are. Linanzin and her forces are going to attack House Veskrin right now.
Holy crap! Yeah, I'm gonna point it out. I'm like, do we stop her or do we sneak around him at this point?
Yeah.
Because that is one heck of a distraction.
Yeah.
Man, now I gotta think of what Zafine would be saying. Stop him!
Yeah.
I can negotiate peace. I think. Or I don't know. Yeah, right? Just need to split my brain. We would have enough time.
One of the closest patrols seems to have taken notice of you approaching, in spite of your attempts at moving quietly. However, that patrol is also Linanzin's forces are approaching rapidly.
Do they know the?
Fantastic.
Do they recognize?
They have not noticed Linanzin and her forces up to this point.
Oh.
Right.
Maybe we should divert their attention.
Get their attention on us, so that way that Linanzin can, or get Linanzin's attention.
Get their attention on the Nanzan.
Sure. I mean, that's not a hard thing to do, I don't think. Yeah. Dang, it's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be real rough for those guys.
Yeah, Linanzin and like a huge number of Kaitines are approaching pretty rapidly. Like her horrifying half drow, half spider form is just leading the charge, but you see a bunch of crawling Kaitines and Childreths behind her that are moving rapidly. And this contingent of drow, this patrol is beginning to approach you, and they're like trying to hail you. They have no idea what's coming from off to the side of them.
Do we know by now?
Do we know about the? Yeah, we know about. I told you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, guys, it's the Strider chick that we ran into.
Can also message one of them. You know how right? Riders coming.
Yeah. You're a little out of range of being able to contact them with message or anything like that, but.
I mean, are we looking to like let it? We're getting contact. We're getting hailed by the bad guys, and the other bad guys are getting ready to kill everything.
Because I mean, best case scenario, we will at least want them to last long enough.
So are we trying to help them, or are we just like
I mean,
running for our lives?
I feel like when they start fighting, we can run for our lives while they're fighting.
Sure. So are we distracting?
I feel like
the guys that come toward us?
I feel like regardless, we want them to know, like, hey, spider's coming.
Spider's coming. Look that way. Watch out! Okay, I'll let you hum that.
Okay, Jesse.
How far away are we from those people?
You are probably like as they pass you at the closest they'll draw. Linanzin's forces are probably around 180 to 200 feet away. The Veskrin patrol is further.
How far away are the spiders again? The Driders?
150, 200.
Yeah, they're like they're 180 to 200 feet away, ish. Tamati, you and Murmur, like you don't know if Murmur recognizes them, but Tamati, you recognize the form of Turte. Turte, the like he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Turte has returned to his group, and in all four of his free hands, he is wielding these wicked-looking daggers. That and you'd faintly hear him just screaming, like as he charges forward. It looks like he might have picked up a bit of a spark of independence from you guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh man, I want to like yell out "Torte," but at the same time, So you said the Veskrin patrol is further than?
Yes, the Veskrin patrol is further. The Linanzin and her forces are closer to you guys.
Okay. Dang it! What are we doing? So they're all like several hundred feet away. We just see this like converging forces are like, here comes.
Yeah. And as Linanzin and her forces are approaching, the drow do actually catch wind of it, but far too late. Like, by the time they notice Linanzin and her people are nearby, they're already within like 30, 40 feet of them.
Oh,
So
jeez.
because they rolled a nat 1 on their perception to,
No!
to notice this. As you are watching, you see Linanzin's forces just collide with the Veskrin patrol, and they're annihilated. Like, this patrol is like, they have no idea what's coming to them. Like, you just see waves of chitines just rolling over them like water, and after they're gone, there's barely like a few bones left. Like, whatever has happened.
Oh.
Like, the Veskrin patrol has just been completely devoured.
Oh.
They then change their trajectory to the next closest patrol, and you guys have a clear shot at this point to the docks. You can see the docks with the patrols, like, nobody is close enough to spot you in time. They might spot you by the time you get there, but they're not gonna stop you from taking one of those ships.
Cool.
Go!
Right? I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, well, it looks like we have our distraction. Let's head to the boats.
Now's our chance. We ride with the tide.
We ride! We leave in 5 hours.
Oh,
Yeah, if everybody's on board. Okay, if everybody's with it, let's head toward the boats. We'll kind of match pace kind of with the army, so we're just kind of sneaking in on their skirt tails.
Yeah, as you move, you begin to see the other patrols begin to close in on Linanzin's forces, and it looks like they're all going to converge. It looks like it's going to be about 3 Veskrin patrols that are going to close in on Linanzin's forces all at once, and there's going to be a big battle there.
That's gonna be rough. Tamati's itching for a fight, but that's not my fight.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys managed to sneak behind them, keeping out of the notice of the Veskrin patrols, because Linanzin's people are just causing such a commotion that it's not that hard to sneak past them.
Yeah.
And you come up onto, you see the faintly glowing waters of the Sea of Glass. The Sea of Glass is vast, and all of it looks like it's just very slightly glowing. It's almost like this black glow. You can see motion in it as the magical currents. There's no wind here, but there's sort of semi-visible magical currents of just this very faint, deep, dark purple kind of moving in the place of wind.
Hey David, how
long?
Sorry, really quick. How close did we pass by the corpses at all of the drow? Or
You pass by some bones. Like,
there weren't any clothes or anything left to disguise.
Oh no, the Chitines, Childreths, and Linanzin just ate everything. Like, there's
It's like the gremlins, the big ball just rolls over top of everything. Just
yeah, it's
critters. That's
like you find some bones that have these strange fang indentations on them where they've been gnawed clean in the last 2 minutes of your life.
Any weapons that we could grab? Or?
Any weapons that were there, the Chitines and Childress have apparently taken up themselves. So.
Oh no. Yeah, cool.
And as you approach the docks, the Veskrin docks, these docks, at least Jasu would know, these docks are entirely, at least supposedly, in the control of the Veskrin family. But they're mostly abandoned. You see a few individual members of the Veskrin patrols, probably, that have just been put here on watch, that are supposed to guard the individual ships to make sure they're not stolen, but there aren't a lot of them here.
Fantastic. Yeah, this Pirates of the Caribbean feeling coming on. We
Yeah.
got the two guards standing there. Aren't you guys up with the rest?
So there's a few guards.
Not important enough, or?
Yeah, you
Just a
see
few
that there are a few smaller boats and then a larger ship made of this dark wood that is gray, almost black. it almost blends into the darkness of the Underdark as a whole, but as you approach, you can see this very faintly grained wood. Jasu at least might recognize that this is actually wood harvested from the stalks of the mushroom forests over in the Madark area. It is like very woody mushroom stalk that has been fashioned into these ships.
I want to lick it. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. And yeah, you see these. Yeah, where a surface ship would have actual sails, they do have a mast, but rather there's this kind of webbing made of a spider web that is designed less to catch wind and more to just kind of try to conceal it against the darkness in the distance. It almost makes it look, if you're far enough away from one of these ships, it almost makes it look just like fog on the water in the distance.
I know.
And yeah,
Go for the little dinghies or go for the really cool
None of
stuff?
us know how to steal ships.
I do.
as you approach the largest of these vessels, you see that there are a couple of drow that are guarding it, and they ready their weapons as all of you approach.
How many are there?
Handful. 2.
Just 2.
Just Sue will walk up. He disguises himself just as like, from what he can remember, like what like someone from his estate would look like, kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
And he'll just say, he kind of like, okay guys, just in case you're right, but he says, Dreaders are attacking the Vescrin estate.
We've been sent to gather as many troops as we can. And then I'm going to start sauntering over toward the next dock, trying to do the same thing.
All right. Jasu, make a deception check.
Deception. Let's see. Ooh, 27.
Nice.
Yeah, they believe you to be a member of the Vescrin family. They immediately, just with full deference, they lower their weapons and step aside, and they say, "My liege," and they just kind of stand aside for you to claim the vessel.
Turn around and come back.
Yeah.
You do?
What?
Monty, you know how to sail?
Yeah. I sailed for 5 years.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, we might need one of those.
The thing is,
Tomato sailed for 5 years.
Yeah.
I took a 2-minute YouTube video.
Yeah.
I really don't remember any of it. That's the one!
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that picture was exactly from the YouTube video.
Yeah. Alright, as you board the vessel, Tamati takes the helm pretty quickly, knowing the most probably about this whole thing. You're a little unfamiliar with this, and it feels strange to you because you know there's no wind down here, but you can see the magical currents in the water. And there's, even though it feels unfamiliar to you, you kind of instinctively take on the concept of how this works. And you take the helm, and there's a manual. You're able to sort of instinctively figure out how you can use these currents.
Cool.
Make a... let's see, what check would this be?
Sailing check. Crazy anchors, lower the sails?
I would say it's... I don't know if we ever gave you, like a vehicle skill. It would make sense for your history since you've been sailing.
Vehicle skill?
You would have proficiency in, like, water vehicles, essentially.
Cool. 5 miles.
Let's say make a wisdom check. You can add your proficiency bonus because of your vehicle proficiency here.
All right, so I rolled an 11 plus my wisdom is 6. So that's 17 plus proficiency. Get back here. That would be 21 total.
Nice. So you're able to figure out how this works fairly quickly.
This is easier than the other boat that I drove.
You sail off onto the unnervingly still water. There are no, like, the magical currents are all under the surface, but the surface of the water itself is just completely glassy and still. The only motion of the water is where the ripples from the boat itself interrupt it, and it's really unnerving for you because you're used to seeing waves in the ocean. But here, the water itself, it's just like you are like slowly sailing across this pane of glass that faintly ripples behind you and then falls back to stillness in the darkness.
It's so cool.
And as you move, you get probably 250, 350 or so feet away before you see back on the docks that some commotion is beginning to kick up. That the drow at this point have figured out that you're not who you said you were. And one of the other vessels they're beginning to man, and it's beginning to follow you.
How far away are we?
250-ish feet.
Okay. I was going to say, well...
I had an idea. I want to pull out the iris bow and just shoot. Or I'm going to use prestidigitation to turn my eyes red. And use my bow to shoot just the side of the boat so that it starts to burn.
Yeah.
Our boat or their boat?
Their boat.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you doing?
What's the range on your iris bow attacks?
If you get the iris bow, you have sharpshooter.
150 feet.
You're not in range.
What's the maximum range?
I have up to 600 at disadvantage.
Okay, yeah, at disadvantage you can make an attack roll for your...
Give it to now, she has a sharpshooter. You don't have to attune to it, right?
No, not with the Irish bow.
Can you use a longbow though?
You wouldn't have proficiency, but...
But she has +5 dex. And she wouldn't have disadvantage.
I can cast Bless.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I didn't prepare it.
Mouse would not have disadvantage, but she would not have proficiency either, I believe. Well, would she? I'm not sure.
Can you just not add your proficiency bonus? So it's just a straight dex roll? If you're not proficient with the weapon? I'm not 100% sure, but...
Let's see, it's a longbow, right? So... she would... Yeah, she would not have proficiency with it, but she wouldn't be at disadvantage, so... Yeah, it'd be a flat dex roll.
What do you think? Do you think
we
could
got
make a
two.
shot?
That's true, we do have two.
Oh, we can just both.
Should we both do it?
That's true, you have 2 iris bows. I forgot about that.
Oh, goodness.
So
Just
I
don't-
can cast prestidigitation on myself, then cast it on her, and we'll both shoot one side of the boat.
Just don't roll on that one. They're going to lose that bow in the water. So you shooting 2 mouse then?
Oh.
You rolling that one.
I rolled an 11.
Oh, okay. That would have been the worst.
So I'm just rolling a d20. Is that like
Yeah, straight attack roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
plus
Dexterity.
nothing or
Dexterity.
dexterity?
Plus dex.
Okay. So
16.
11 plus this 5,
Yeah, 16.
16.
Nice.
All right. Yeah, you'd be able to launch arrows that hit pretty much on target. They do not seem to be deterred by this, though.
Fair enough. Man,
Well,
that
Catch
was
up.
some
We
fun.
just keep shooting.
Yeah, if we get in within 120 feet of us, then I can cast, or I could use message to cast suggestion on one of them.
Yeah.
Oh, let's
Can
see.
I do that at the same time?
Not at the same time, but as they approach, you might be able to.
Well, because I'd
So-
be casting 2 spells at the same time.
So you said they're 200 feet away?
They're 250-ish at the moment.
Let me know when they're 150 feet away.
Yeah. They are
Fire.
closing in on you as you get further. You're sailing in the direction of Hollowpoints in the distance. They are slowly closing on you.
Can I cast Fireball?
Not yet, no. But they, after a certain point, you can tell that they are within range of your, of using their weaponry aboard the ship. You can see through telescopes that are on board, you can see that they have, ballistas and that sort of thing on board, but they are clearly hesitating to actually fire on the ship. It doesn't look like they want to damage it. They want to take the ship safely.
Do we have ballistas too or no?
How far are they?
Still around 200 feet at this point.
So does our ship have no weaponry or anything, or?
There are some weapons. You appear to have a couple of ballistas.
Okay.
You can see it looks like their ship is a little more outfitted in terms of the weaponry it has. But,
What's the length of our boat that we're on?
your boat is probably... Let's see here. It's probably around 80 feet long. Somewhere in the
That's a
range
big
of
ship.
20, 25 feet wide.
It's a big boat.
Yeah, you
I
would guess...
can cast Ice Storm, you guys.
What's the range on that? I mean, that would be the...
Ice Storm?
Yeah.
Ice Storm is 300 feet.
Oh, nice. Could be fun.
Well, just in case Jesse's gonna hang by a ballista, just.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see that as they are beginning to approach, you can see that they have a pair of mangonels, which are a kind of trebuchet, that are mounted on the forepart of the ship. You know those are going to be more in range faster. They are already loading the mangonels and beginning to launch warning shots in your direction. It looks like they, as you see the attacks fly, they make their first couple of attacks, and they clearly could hit you. You're within the range of their mangonels, but they are firing off the bow. They're trying to avoid actually damaging the ship.
What if I use my boots and cast invisibility on myself and flew over to their ship and used my knife on their sails?
Like an attacker.
Yeah. as that would be a good idea, but their sails are not actually responsible for their movement. The Sea of Glass has magical currents within the water. The sails are not going to affect their movement. They're more their visibility.
Well, I say we try, if it's 300 feet, I think we try the cone of cold.
It's not cone of cold, it's ice storm, which is a 20-foot radius and 40 feet high. And everybody on the other boat would make a dex save, or they would take bludgeoning and cold damage, and they'd have 6 seconds of difficult terrain.
Maybe someone will fall overboard. That's a good option, but yeah, I'll just. What's the range for the ballista?
Let me see.
Because if they're in range for that, I want to try and shoot them.
Yeah, I believe the ballista's standard range is about 120 feet. Long range with disadvantage is about 480.
Okay.
And you're around 200 feet, so you're in the long range. They are within their standard range for the mangonels.
Sweet.
I got a little bit before I can do anything.
So what's the plan?
I'm going to shoot stuff, but I say if we have stuff that we can start hitting them with, might be nice to try and do some damage. Because they're wanting a face-to-face fight.
They just want to board us, take their boat
How
back.
fast are they going?
You would estimate they're probably moving around 4 miles an hour. It's not super fast, but you would have to estimate that you're moving around like maybe 3, so they're gonna catch up with you.
Cool. I kind of want to run a ballista too.
And you have 2 ballistas, no mangonels. They have at least a couple of mangonels and at least 4 ballistas. Looks like the ship that they're operating is more of a warship, while yours is more of a passenger vehicle that does have some defenses, but...
Dang, what is up with this boat that they want it back so bad? I wish I had more time. I want to discover this boat.
Yeah. Whenever we're in range, I'm going to try and cast Fireball. Kill them. I'll just hold.
A little ice and fire action going on. Yeah.
So my vote would be to do Ice Storm and then see what we can hit them with. Spell-wise, long distance until we can...
So I'm going to cast Ice Storm?
Fly over there.
I mean, if you want to, it's your spell.
It'd be fun.
Yeah, so I'll cast Ice Storm. So there's only 2 people on the ship that's following us?
There's a crew.
Okay. The entire crew. Well, let's see. How long is their ship?
I don't remember what I said now.
No, our ship was 180 feet long.
Okay, I want to center the ice storm where I see what were they called? Mangonellas or something?
The mangonels.
Yeah, the mangonels. So I want to center the ice storm right where those are, hoping that maybe I can damage them in the process.
Yeah.
But so everybody around, like within 20 feet of that area, has to make a dex save.
Okay. What's your DC?
20.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, a couple of the sailors manage to make their saves, but most of them fail.
Nice.
Okay, they take. Let me see my damage on that. 3. No. Oh, heck. Hold on. Gotta get my dice to roll them. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 points of. Hold on. Of bludgeoning. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Just 4. Yeah. 13 of cold damage. And there's difficult terrain right there for 6 seconds.
Nice. So, although they're trying to maintain control, there's some chaos aboard their ship, and they kind of drift off course, allowing you guys to get a good enough lead that as you begin to move forward, it looks for the next 3 or 4 minutes like they're going to continue to try to follow, but eventually they turn back and begin to move in the direction of the dock. They are more concerned with what's happening with Linanzin's attacks on the patrols than with you. So they stop pursuing you.
Sweet.
Jesse's going to start searching the boat like crazy because this is his whole family's boat.
Yeah.
Your sister's on board. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. I'm enjoying sailing right now.
Yeah, it looks like other than the basic equipment that was left for sailing, there's very little left on the boat. It was, any sailors took their things with them. There's not much here to be found.
Well, like family records or like any other like info.
Nothing like that, no. You find like a ship's log that just describes a couple of other battles that they've had, particularly with what appears to be largely Durgar forces, but there's... What's that?
Jesse's just like psychotically just like grabbing everything.
Okay.
Any maps or anything about the Underdark or Sea of Glass or...
There are a couple of charts that just have very basic layouts of the coordinates and how far locations are within the Sea of Glass. They're indicating how far you have to sail to reach Hollowpoints, that kind of thing. They have locations, some information about the military force at certain locations. They are conveniently ignoring drow locations, but cities that are more heavily Durgar, like Heligath and that kind of thing, they have sort of an estimate of the kind of military force that they have.
Okay.
And you begin to sail, catching the currents in the water, carrying you very quickly in the direction of Hollowpoints.
Perfect.
And the Veskran ship, it does kind of hang back for just a little bit before it finally turns back. It looks like they're kind of torn about whether they should follow you or not, but they have greater concerns on shore than with a stolen ship right now. And as you are beginning to approach...
Can I like story retcon something in real quick?
What's that?
As I see the crew like veering off because of my spell, I kind of just like, peace.
Nice.
As you approach Hollowpoints, you can begin to see it looming in like north of you, hanging from the ceiling of the mega cavern that you're in. You can see that there are these huge stalactites hanging down up over the northern end of the Sea of Glass, and there are some bridges between them.
They're actual stalactites, right?
Yes, actual stalactites.
There's monstrous ropers holding the city up.
Yeah, yeah. And as you approach, you can begin to make out the fact that there is one particularly huge stalactite right in the center of the city that is has broken off from the roof and is suspended from the ceiling of the cavern by these 4 huge iron chains from 4 of the larger stalactites that is holding up this fallen one in the center. It looks, you can see the lights of civilization active in most of the stalactites up there, but most heavily within the central one that is hanging from these 4 huge chains.
This is the state, right?
That's
No,
Hollowpoints.
yeah, the Veskrin estate is way back there. You're just kind of leaving the Veskrin estate. This is the city of Hollowpoints.
Okay.
And you see that there are these like magical docks that are a couple of other vessels are just being drawn up into the air from the water as they approach to dock near one of the stalactites that is actually hanging from the ceiling. You just see ships rising and lowering from it as you approach that are you can see the water dripping off of them as they begin to rise, and as you approach, your ship begins to rise as well.
I've never done this before.
You can fly, you can fly, you can fly.
You're approaching the magical raised dock at Hollowpoints. I'll be back in a moment.
Holy cats. It's so cool.
So, me and Chris are coming up to Idaho on the weekend right before Halloween, but we're going to a family thing that's in Yellowstone, or by Yellowstone. But every year we've always done like a Halloween get together. This would be like the 6th year that we would do it, or something like that. 7th.
Oh my god. It's been a while.
Yeah, so I don't know. We could come up like a day or 2 earlier, but I'd have to take a vacation day, so I need to know that you were really solid if we did that. But I'm just putting that idea out there because I would need to request it.
Oh, that'd be cool. Either way, I'm free.
So if we did it, it would probably have to be Thursday night.
I'm good with that.
The 24th.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be way cool.
Guys, I need your spell. Do a battle royale, like actual minis and stuff.
Good. Some sweet little one-shot Halloween-ish theme.
Mm-hmm. So let me know.
I'm for it. So yeah, I'm the one with the least amount of conflicts. So
We would even say you can figure out if maybe that would work for you guys.
Alright, you guys are arriving at the Hollowpoint docks, raised up next to one of these suspended stalactites. You can see a number of other floating ships near the docks that are still slowly draining the residual water that is just dripping away from their hulls.
so cool.
And your ship slowly just kind of glides through the air into position.
Oh.
Question.
We're kind of on an airship.
Is there something on the ship that, like, symbolizes that it's a Veskrin vessel?
Yeah, there are Veskrin sigils on it and, like, a name that is written in Undercommon Undercommon or Elvish, some variant. Jisu at least is sort of able to read it.
I can read it because I have eyes of the Runekeeper.
Yeah.
14.
14.
Yeah.
+1 intelligence.
I'm pretty sure that's like one of my favorite invocations right now is Eyes of the Root.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
But yeah, those of you who are able to read it are able to read that it functionally translates to visionary.
Guys, we might have to figure out how to hide these symbols and stuff.
We're pretty much already at the dock.
Yeah, you've come into the dock.
That would have been a
looks
great
like-
idea.
Yeah, no one has taken particular note of your approach. You do see that there are a lot of drow, mostly drow, moving around on the docks. There are some other members of other races, but they appear to be wearing slaves' chains. It's operated pretty much entirely by drow here.
Alright, I think this is where we pull on our mercenary persona. We're mercenaries, war with Veskran Estate. Veskran Estate got attacked. We jumped a boat and took off.
We're in the boat without the people.
Yeah.
We don't get paid to die, man. We get paid
Money
to
was
fight.
not worth it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, we got there. That was way more action than we were anticipating. We're out. Peace.
Yeah.
Somebody's got a better idea.
Were there any clothes in the room of the Veskran?
Make an investigation check.
16.
All right, yeah, you find some uniforms of the Drow military, specifically the Veskran chapter, within the barracks on the ship.
Oh, just he puts it on.
Okay.
Like, give me the biggest one. Tear off the sleeve so it's just like a vest.
Yeah.
It's like, nice.
Ha!
So as you dock, you are able to anyone who wants to disguise themselves, you do so as you are beginning to board, to disembark the ship, and you head out onto the docks, the disconcertingly floating docks that are seemingly just kind of standing without any kind of reinforcement over empty air hundreds of feet above the sea of glass below.
That's cool.
And yeah, like between the cracks of the dark boards beneath your feet, you can see the distance all the way down hundreds of feet to the sea of glass below you. It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah.
But as you approach the shores, such as they are, where there are openings into this large stalactite that you can see there, there's a booth that is standing there, kind of half suspended, half held by these wooden supports, where a very bored-looking drow is sitting inside and says, "State your noble house and business."
Oh, I have an idea. Can I talk? Can I go up and say, in Elvish, with House Veskran, we are currently under attack by a force of Drider. These are mercenaries who are personal guards for House Veskran, and I'm transporting them to protect some important people here in the city.
Okay, make a deception check.
18?
All right, without really looking up, the bored-looking drow says, "Fine, pass through into the city." Says the officials. It's like the officials will take any statements you have to make. and hands you a card that he hastily signs and says, "They'll see you in the spire."
Thank you.
And you walk inwards into a very busy kind of series of caverns that are carved into this massive stalactite, but you can see your way through where on the other side of the stalactite there is a hole with this huge iron chain that is just kind of embedded into the stone that leads down towards the central spire. From what you remember, Jasu, you know that Hollowpoints refers to the fallen stalactite that is held up by chains as the spire, and it's the central fortress of Hollowpoints. You don't remember a lot of the history because you were a child, but you know that the spire was a stalactite that used to dangle from the center of Hollowpoints that fell at some point. It was magically raised and is now suspended from the largest intact stalactites by these road-sized chains. And you also know that that's largely where the nobles operate. The nobles live in the spire, while the common folk of Hollowpoints mostly work in either the 4 points, the 4 largest still suspended stalactites, or in the lesser points, the smaller points that make up the bulk of the city.
So we go through customs?
Yeah, you're largely ignored. They recognize you without really paying much attention. It looks like there's a lot of trade going on there. Both Drow and Durgar, and even a few Svirfneblin here, and a few other representatives of other races, but it's pretty rare. There's a big bustling of mostly the most populous members of Underdark society, and they're just kind of recognizing you as members of people who are upper class. You're not being stopped. Those of you who clearly are not disguised are being led as either mercenaries or slaves. But nobody's paying much mind to you at the moment. And you're able to pretty much pass straight through into the chain road that leads you down to the spire from here. It's this massive iron chain that helps hold up the spire is so huge that you're able to walk from link to link without ever feeling that you're at actually any risk of falling to the water below. The narrowest point of the chain is probably something like 50 feet wide of this massive iron chain that is holding up the central spire.
That's so cool. Oh man. Okay.
Can someone remind me what our plan was again?
Trying to get Oswald Kulis. We were planning on doing like mercenary, trying to like either align ourselves to him, or just trying to figure out his operation to either, to try and like...
Ooh. Just got an idea.
Ready.
Since I'm in disguise as a Drow soldier, I could mention that House Vest, or we consider that because House Vestgrim was attacked, we're wanting to protect our assets, so we're wanting to help assign mercenaries to help protect. Something along those lines.
Yeah, I like that. Gives us a little bit of credibility. He already knows the Vestgrim estate. Same time, he's got probably his own personal guard as well. So,
or at least to talk to him.
No, I like it. I think it's a good move.
Just to give us like a link to the actual house.
Yeah. I like it. Okay, now we gotta go find Kulis somehow.
How many of us dressed up as guards and how many?
Well, at least the two of us. But of course, my sleeves are ripped off, so I'm like kind of a guard. Well, like I stole it off of a guard as a mercenary. I'm like, hey, I like that shirt. Pull it off.
He's a transfer. Because I was gonna say, if it's a bunch of mercenaries, we might want to have the big Goliath.
I'm fine with that. I'll rip the
I have
shirt
no
off.
idea.
I'm cool. Yeah.
We could just say you thought the shirt was cool.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Okay. I
That's
just think
Merc.
it'll blow up in our face and we have to fight him.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm fine with doing mercs. I like that idea.
Yeah, something along the lines of like, we're being attacked. We want to make sure like our flow of slaves isn't being attacked either. You know, like we don't know if it's like freedom fighters or like what.
Yep.
Yeah, something along those lines.
As you begin to make your way down these road-sized chains towards the spire, the sheer scale of this fallen stalactite begins to strike you. You can see that this central section of the city that is all on the spire, this huge stalactite must have been truly massive. It's probably at least several thousand feet in diameter. That it is the point of the spire at its lowest point looks like it's probably still a few hundred feet up from the actual surface of the water below, but that it's suspended by these massive chains, and it is immense in its size. This dark stone that is suspended from these chains looks dense and heavy and huge, and it's honeycombed by these both buildings that have been built up on top of it and tunnels that just sort of honeycomb through it. And as you approach the ends of the chains that lead onto it, you find this big market district. And you can see that as far as the eye can see, there's just market stalls, market carvings, these buildings that are built into the stone of it. It is, as far as you can see, there's just commerce of the noble part of the city here.
Weapon shopping! Prowl edition!
Yeah. You can see that actually not too far from you there is a part of the stone that is actively glowing red with the sheer heat of the forge that is built out of that section. So...
Cool.
It's Murmur!
The whole stalactite is Murmur.
Yeah.
Good fuck.
Murmur's blue, though, isn't he?
Murmur glows blue, yeah. When he is.
Cool.
And you're approached as you get closer by a drow that appears to be probably common-blooded from the way he's dressed, but is at least privileged enough to be working here. And he says, "Travelers, what brings you here? What do you need?"
Weapons. What you got?
Well, you're most likely to be looking then for the forge, the spire forge down below. And he kind of gestures where you see the glow.
Excellent.
Says, if you have business at the spire forge, approach extra respectfully, shall we say. The emissaries of Fakorix are unlikely to be patient with those who would be aggressive, shall we say.
Good to know. Excellent. Good to know.
We all glare at Tamati.
Yeah.
Running back up the chain. Perfect.
So it would appear you're going to be dealing in some slaves. Most
Yeah,
likely you will be wishing to deal with Yathvar Gulins. The Gulins family are most responsible for the movements in and out of any slaves in at least the noble parts of Hollowpoints.
Yeah, okay, that's good to know. We have heard of a particular slave trader. Name is Coolis. Deals quite often with House Veskrin. Is he? If we wanted to locate him, would we go through the Athvar Gulins?
Yes, the Sun Slave, Coolis. You would most likely find him dealing with Gulins.
Okay.
You see that there's clearly something hidden that this commoner is not immediately willing to share with you.
Sure.
But there's a certain level of something that he's hiding that becomes immediately apparent. He's not very good at hiding it. All of you are at least able to make out that he's not saying something. But
Sure.
Inside check.
And you already got it. Okay, good. Okay.
yeah, make an insight
I know
check.
we actually get one.
Yeah.
Just kind of look at him like, you're not hiding anything from us, are you?
Make an
About
insight check.
Coolis? I got nothing. Total of 9.
Is that accounting for your big wisdom boost that you've got?
Yeah, it gave me +6 on my insight.
Okay. Yeah, just
I rolled
making
a
sure.
3.
Yeah.
Can I also try an insight check?
Sure.
Because we all noticed, right? You said.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that he's hiding
17.
something.
What's the insight check for though? If we all noticed.
You're just kind of how well you can read his features and how whether he's lying to you or like keeping something from you.
16.
17.
All right, all of you, even Tamati actually, he rolled very poorly, so you're able to tell he's definitely hiding something from you. You're not entirely clear what it is, but you sense that there's probably something you could push.
What currency do they use here?
It's just a gold standard as it is in most of the world. It's
Mouse takes out a gold coin and be like, "What is it? You're not telling us." And she gives it to me.
okay. Make a diplomacy check with advantage.
Is that persuasion?
Yeah, like persuasion would be diplomacy. I'm thinking of other systems skills right now for whatever reason, but it would be persuasion.
I think diplomacy's the fate.
Diplomacy's fate, but it was also 4th edition D&D. There was a diplomacy check in 4th edition. And
16 plus 3, so 19.
Okay, yeah, he catches the gold coin and kind of half grins at you, and he says, "Well, of course, Coolis doesn't only deal with the nobles. If you make your way west to Droshaus, where the slums are, you'll find that Coolis actually deals just as much with the rustics as he does with the nobles."
What does that mean?
The common folk, the revolution. The rustics want to stand up to the nobles, and gods bless them. I wish them the best for dealing with the nobles. Frankly, I hope that they have the best of luck, but they're all going to be murdered inevitably.
In other words, Kulis is no respecter of persons.
Yeah, we kind of gathered that, though.
Kulis deals with whoever he thinks it's interesting to deal with. This interesting son slave, Kulis. Yeah. Don't think he has much respect for the nobles, really. Doesn't have much respect for anyone except himself, really.
Sounds about right. Okay. So he sounds like he's probably gonna be over there then.
He'll deal with both of them. He'll deal with the nobles at one point, and he'll deal with the rustics at another. Not sure who he'll deal with first. We know he's in town, though. Hard to miss Kulis when he arrives.
Quite full of himself.
You know, he, slaves from the surface, slaves from outside, they're not the only slaves he takes. He takes slaves from the drow and sells them elsewhere as well. People in the slums usually as targets. He targets prostitutes, children, those who aren't most likely to be missed. Slippery, though. If you have business with him, good luck to you. Wouldn't mind too terribly if you hurt him.
Well, that's good to know.
Thank you.
What about the private security?
Oh, plenty of people would be willing to work with you if there's enough coin involved.
Sure.
Noble mercenaries expect more, but common mercenaries cut sharper, if you know what I mean.
Perfect.
If you have need of service, I'd recommend going east. Drosshaus in the slums. The common mercenaries will serve you more faithfully than the nobles will.
Good to know.
Also more likely to respect your golds than the nobles are. The nobles will, they'll pay more attention to one another than they will the money they're being paid. At least that's what I hear, anyway.
Good to know. Good to know. Yeah. Especially if you're rising up against Coolest.
Yes. If you've got business with Coolest, though, be careful. He's ruthless.
It's good to know, too. Okay.
You dealt with him before.
A little bit. Not so much directly, but...
You know what you're looking for?
Nah, not as much. I mean, we know kind of his reputation in the Sun, but... I mean, outside of that...
Human fellow, mid-50s by human standards, keeps his face and his head clean-shaven. Few times we've seen him with longer hair. His hair is gray, tightly curled. Not sure what the state of his hair is. Soft features. Distinguished. Stone gray eyes, sharp, cold, calculating. Wears small, round spectacles perched on a thin nose. Usually known for a brown suit, blocky cut, gold pinstriped waistcoat. I've seen him. He looks like he wouldn't be any trouble, but he will stab you in the throat if he's given the opportunity. Personally, he won't make his men do it. He'll do it himself. He's dangerous. He's nasty. People don't think he's as tough as he is. I once saw him kill 7 people on his own.
Good heavens.
Couldn't tell you about his agenda, though. Whatever it is, it's his own. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
One last question. I toss him another gold.
He catches it and grins.
What can you tell me about Quadahu Vescu, the matron mother?
Gods, you don't play, do you? Oh, Quarahu Veskrin. If anyone's more dangerous than Kulis, it's her. Watch out for that one. She's in town, you know.
No!
Not sure what she's up to, but she's here. She's in the spire.
Just a little flash of like widening iris and then
Yeah. Careful with her. She'll lie to your face and stab you in the kidneys as soon as she would say hello to you.
pretty impressive for a porn.
Yeah. She's a noble. Half-breed noble, but she's dangerous. No one says anything about her. Anyone who says anything about her, anyone who talks about her, they don't find them. I have nothing to say about her, as you might understand. Careful with that one. You know, haven't met her personally. You look familiar, though. That's all I'll say. Some might be aware.
That just looks at my heart.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your time.
Look, you seem like more decent folk than we deal with here most times. Let me tell you something. Kulis has been selling longer than I've been alive, longer than most of my friends have been alive. He's been selling here 30, 35 years operating. He's dangerous. Quarahu, much younger, just as dangerous, if not more so. Kulis? Hard to say with him. He keeps to himself. It's known that he worships Mwemkal. Cold, winter. He's accustomed to that sort of thing. He doesn't care about anyone. Quarahu doesn't either. They don't care about each other. They don't care about anyone that gets in their way. If you get in their way, both of them would be perfectly happy to cut your guts out from beneath you. Don't play with either of them. Avoid them if you can. If you're looking for them, my advice, back to the surface. Don't stay here. Don't play with them. They're dangerous. They're more dangerous than the Guleen's family. They're more dangerous than the rustics. They're more dangerous than anyone you will find in Hollowpoints. And that's saying something. This is not a safe city. Good luck to you.
What's your name?
Adkor?
Adkor. I toss him one more goal.
He catches it and grins.
You never talked
Who
to
are
us.
you? Who are you? Haven't seen anyone.
Just a face to forget.
What face? And he starts calling out to the next people, trying to attract attention, get more clients to pay attention and give him some money.
So what's the plan now?
Right, that's the good question.
One more thing before he dismisses you, he would probably mention, just so you know, Fake Horix in the Spire Forge. She's one of Coolis's buyers, just like the rest of them. Careful with her, too.
I'm careful with everybody that works at Forge.
Yeah.
What was her name?
Fake Horix.
Okay.
Just for spelling purposes.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm really excited to go check out the forge. Same time, I have 28 gold. Don't think I can buy squat, but I can sell a bunch of stuff too.
If our money got doubled, I have almost 6,000.
Yeah, your money has been doubled, so.
Fantastic. I mean, now I've got 2 siege malls. Definitely want to keep one. Put it up in my. What?
Didn't we find like a glowing longsword in the Cobalt area?
Yeah, we've got an awesome longsword that has red lights that glow out of the hilt that I didn't see. So I put my name on it that nobody else could see.
Yeah.
It's mine. Longsword with a golden handle and red lights on the side.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
dim
know,
red beams of magical light protruding from the crossguards.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's one that I haven't even like attuned to or anything because I'm just like, it's like not diverse.
You know what? Since you've had it again for a decent amount of time, and especially since your ability to notice things has improved, give me a perception check real quick, Tamati.
Oh man! Plus perception. Oh, a total of 12. Sweet little 2 over here.
That's good enough to notice something. Make an Arcana check on top of that, and
Good, this is gonna be a -1. Oh, 9 total. Yeah, that's a good one.
yeah.
Jeez.
You're at least able to detect the beams of light now in a way that you have missed up to this point.
Did you guys realize there's red light coming off this thing? It's just the way I'm looking at it. I don't know. Okay. Well, I'm going to try to attune to it while we're walking down to the forge.
Okay, sure. I'll allow that. Let's see.
Good heavens.
Make another Arcana check, but with advantage this time.
Sweet. Woo! Glad I got advantage now. That's a natural one. That's a 15 total.
Okay, that's enough for you to actually understand what's happening with this weapon,
Yeah!
then.
So dumb. Failing me dice. The question is, like, what weapons do I want to, like, am I willing to part with? Or do I just hang them up in the Fireheart Fortress? That's really what I want to do. I do one of the flame tongue great swords.
So, just while we're waiting on stuff, I've been wearing Diego's cloak for a while. Have I noticed anything with it?
Hold on, sorry. Sorry, what was that, Sadie?
So I've been wearing Diego's cloak for a while. Have I noticed anything happen with it?
Not so far, no.
Holy crap. Good heavens. Wow. That's insane. That's pretty fantastic. Huh.
Yeah, I wasn't sure when you'd actually get the opportunity to understand what that does, but...
Yeah. Yeah, really. Cool.
Say it like, since you were making an effort to attune to it, you understand that it's not actually an item that requires attunement. You can in fact just use it.
Oh, cool. Well, yeah.
But your efforts to attune with it allowed you to at least understand what it is and what it does.
Sweet.
So
That's insane. Oh, man. Cool. Just like it. Put it back in the bag of holding. Save that for the later. Okay. Jeez.
I should add that real quick to the description of it.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense. Cool. Jeez. Okay, so on the way to the forge, I'm like, let's go sword. Put it back there. What's our thoughts? Are we...
So, from your informant, let you know that within the spire, Kulis is going to likely be speaking to Yath Vargulins in Hollowpoints. That if he has not yet moved there, he will be speaking to someone within the rustics in Dross House to the east. And that there's, so you're not sure where he's going to be when, but you know at least that he has some contacts both here in the center of the city and within the poorer part of the city that is operated by the lower class.
Okay. So what are our thoughts as far as, I mean, it doesn't sound like we want to take on Kulis. Are we planning on just talking to him about the Aegis coin? What's the thoughts? I mean, that was kind of the main reason why we're trying to hunt him down, aside from like stopping a slaver. But it's the same terminology that we had whenever we're going up against the Lord of Seven Eyes, basically. So.
That's the question.
Right.
You probably want to avoid the whole area of resistance.
Yeah.
At least, unless like I walk in the skies, but
Yeah.
jump out of this.
Bless you. I mean, I'm sure we can find another way about, getting to the plane of the Aegis without Coolus. But at the same time.
He's definitely your best lead on that front.
Mm-hmm.
We could just raid the police department. You know what? Nope. You know what? Nope.
Yeah.
They were mercenaries one.
Yeah, looking to work with them. Sure.
Pretend like we're grunts who we talk to. We're told to talk to him about it or something. I don't know. Can they say they only give them to like the high ranking and the low ranking?
Yeah.
Intel me chills. I think we should talk to the forge lady though, and like see if we can get like any more information.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, she might know where he's at. Although I don't know if she was working with Coolus or just, same line of work. So if she's a slaver type thing.
It sounded like she had bought slaves from Coolus.
But I mean, just to get any more info.
Yeah, sure. Any kind of like in with him type of a thing. Yeah, I get that.
I mean, like, would it even be a waste of time to like just go up to him and be like, "Hey, we work for you," or would it be better to stay
Yeah. I mean, let's go talk to Feycorks at the forge. See what kind of weapon she has, just because of my curiosity. See if she can get us like any kind of like in with Coolus, or if she knows how to handle him type of a thing. And then once we find Coolus, yeah, it'll either be trying to mercenary hand off our services, or I mean, like I said, the part we're trying to get is how to get to like the demi plane on, or the pocket plane on the coin.
I was hoping we could like jump him and like tie him up and interrogate him, but
It sounds like that might go a little not the way we planned. Yeah.
So are you headed for the Spire Forge, Lan? Is that your plan?
Yeah, I think so. Let's do that.
All right. You manage to descend down through a few staircases towards the increasing heat of the Spire Forge. You can feel it growing warmer as you approach. And as you come in, you're greeted by a few skeptical-looking drow, who, one of them, the larger of them, begins to ask your business here, and just as he's about to open his mouth and claim that, like, his authority and kind of press over you, you hear this, like, horrible shriek from further in that just says, "Bring them to me!" And the drow, as they are beginning to look at you, they look at each other instead, and they kind of shrug and gesture.
That wasn't a beholder dragon voice, was it?
No. But they
Cathalorus in the back. Oh, dang it!
Yeah, they bring you further in, and you hear the voice again say, "Alone, if you please." And the drow begin to look skeptical, but they turn back and leave all of you alone as you step into the blasting heat of an area of the forge. As you walk further in, atop a huge pile of gold coins and all sorts of other things, you see a massive dragon with reddish purple scales. And
Corix is a dragon.
Yeah. And kind of white pink eyes that are glowing. And she says,
"Good. We're alone now. I'm interested to hear what brings you to me." Well, I say I'm interested. I'm not particularly. I'm interested in what you can do for me.
Look at cool swords!
Oh, well.
So Zafine!
You're clearly outsiders. Those who do not belong to this city, who do not belong to the Spire, or to Hollowpoints, or in fact to the Underdark itself. You're exactly the sort of help I require.
Cool.
What kind of help would that be?
Zafine!
And the dragon kind of waves a huge claw. She says,
These drow pretending to serve me have been withholding much from me. They hope to use me. For what? I'm uncertain. But they're up to something. I want to know what it is. I need counter-spies. All of my contacts in the city. Less servants, more handlers. I could use your help.
Fair enough. Honestly, we heard that you work with Kulis, or you've had dealings with Kulis. That was the initial point of contact.
Well, I've purchased from Kulis. He does business with me. He does business with whoever he thinks he can turn a profit from.
Yeah, that's what we hear.
You're not long for the city, are you?
Yeah, like 10 minutes.
There's an air about you. You don't intend to be here long. You can't personally help me. However... Perhaps you could connect with the rebellion, the commoners, the rustics, they call themselves. Perhaps were you to come into possession of a certain stock of slaves that Kulis may find himself no longer having a use for, you could provide them to me. They will be provided with pay, good treatment in return for their services. I require counter-spies, those who have been purchased, who are... have been a commodity. They will find themselves more inclined to be accommodating.
Shouldn't be too difficult.
I don't care what business you have with Kulis. I don't care what you do to him or with him. I want his stock, and I want contacts. Can you do that for me?
Certainly try.
Good! Then you're not as useless as these others that surround me at all times. If you short me, I'll know what you've done. Understand?
Sure. Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah.
Give me what I need, and we're square.
So what kind of weapons you got?
Oh, we have all sorts of interesting products.
Yes.
And she kind of waves a claw over at a wall that has a whole bunch of weapons hanging from it. And she says,
In return for the tributes provided to me, I power the Spire Forge.
and she breathes out a puff of fire. She says,
All these weapons are dragon forged by the heat of my own breath. Doesn't mean that my handlers aren't lying to me, keeping something from me. But I serve my purpose here. I tolerate them. Unfortunately, I have reason to believe that I would be perhaps even my great power outweighed were they to bring something to bear against me. Otherwise, I'd handle this myself.
Fair enough.
Roll initiative.
and she kind of just waves a claw dismissively at the wall and says,
If anything's of any use to you, take it. I don't care if you pay. They'd care if you pay, but what they think is meaningless to me.
So if there are all kinds of weapons, axes, swords, staffs, like a bunch of things, daggers.
I don't want to be greedy, but I want to
I
know.
want to look at the daggers.
As I say, I'd love to switch out my hunting knife for something cool.
Any weapons you take from here, she's not going to be too bothered if you take them, but they are all +2 weapons with no additional effects, just +2.
Yeah,
We'll just
definitely taking a dagger.
Yeah.
Or I guess my hunting knife.
How many daggers are there?
Short sword.
There are quite a few. You've got plenty of selection here.
Short sword! Okay.
Because all of these weapons are hardened by dragon fire, so...
So cool.
there like light plate or like armor of some kind?
They specialize more in weapons here. She does do some work in armor, but it's more custom work, and so they don't have anything on hand.
Okay, I'm gonna take a couple daggers as well.
Okay.
Are there any rapiers?
Yeah, there are a bunch of different kinds of
Are there
swords.
magic crossbow bolts?
No bolts. I'd say that her specialization and the Spireforge's specialization wouldn't really include ranged weapons so much.
You said staffs?
Yeah, staffs, swords, knives, that kind of thing. Spears and halberds and whatnot.
If you can think of it and it's a melee weapon, it's there pretty much, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Cool. We'll figure out the minutia later.
He says,
If you're looking for Kulis, chances are he will be speaking first with Virda Kuetan of the Rustics. In Droshaus, he will deal with Yathvar Gulin second. He prefers to quietly sell his goods to the rustics before he deals with the nobles for his own reasons. Kulis is tiresome.
What would be the best way to approach him?
The best way to approach him would be to shoot him from hundreds of yards away and make sure that he's dead before you approach so that you can take whatever belongs to him for your own. Other than that, I have no suggestions.
Dang it.
So she wants us to take slaves that Kulis has and bring them to her, right?
yeah,
And she says that she'll treat them really well.
yes.
And if we release any, she's gonna know about it, right?
So she claims.
Yeah, just she doesn't like this.
Yeah, neither does Rin.
Because he was a slave.
She just gave us a bunch of free weapons, so there's kind of that we have to take into account.
She's also promised pay and good treatment to them, which is certainly a better circumstance than they're going to receive with the nobles of the Drow. But
I mean, I'm more on board than I was with what's his bucket, Cathalrus.
This is a red dragon that we're dealing with?
she was once red. She's, I guess, Rin, you would probably be the most familiar with this. She's more of a shadow dragon. A reddish-purple dragon who has been affected by some time spent either on the Shadowfell or affected by the energies of the Shadowfell.
How old does she appear to be?
At least an adult dragon, possibly ancient. You're not super familiar with the life cycles of dragons, but if you had to estimate, that would be your guess.
Roll initiative.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I will be back, sorry.
You good?
I don't like it.
Well, she's like basically trying to free herself, and the way to do that is to get spies, which is what she wants the slaves for.
My biggest concern is that I have a character in my backstory who's missing. and I'm worried he's going to turn up as one of the slaves.
Sure.
Just he was just a slave, so he was terrible.
I don't have any of those concerns.
Yet. We don't have any of those concerns yet.
Well, you know. I mean, it's one of those we could probably, if we bring them all to her and say, this one is, like, we want to barter for this one's life type of a thing. We could probably get away with that. Not, like, subterfuging of, oh yeah, we got them all except for one. That kind of a thing. I mean, there's greater chance of that going
I'm
over
back.
well. Look back. I mean, either way, looks like we're going to see Coolest in the slums.
Two coolest.
Do it to Dash! Oh wait, nobody else has seen that one yet. Two Coolest! Yeah, none of us like it either. It's precarious perch no matter what we do, so.
Did I insight check when she says that they would be treated well?
Sure, yeah, make an insight check.
Ooh.
Nice. So, with your dealings with Zarafal, you at least have some kind of sense of the emotions of dragons. It's a little difficult to read them as a humanoid, where they are so much more alien to humanoids. But you at least have an understanding. You do get the sense that she's not lying to you about that. She's not particularly invested in how they're treated. She doesn't really care what happens to them, but she also views anyone that is provided to her as a counterspy as a resource, and she would not want her resources to be wasted. And as such, you get the impression that she would treat them as commodities, but as commodities who are valuable to her. So, for whatever that is worth.
And I figure at this point, it's a gigantic dragon.
Yeah.
And this whole time, I've just been very careful in my movement to show like I'm drowned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we make our way to Kulis, I'm gonna tuck in my amulet because I'm feeling a little nervous.
And
Okay.
then to take off the, since we're going to the rebellious people's places, we're going to put the House Verdin clothes in the bag of holding, so I'm not like,
Yeah.
hi rebels, I'm from a noble house.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea.
Got a pinata?
So as you work your way back up one of the other chain roads to Droshaus, the section of the city that is most known for being one of the slums. It's connected to some of the lesser points, the smaller stalactites that make up more of the poorer part of the city. You make your way in. You can see that just the sheer state of everything very much demonstrates the disparity in wealth between the locations. Everything you've seen thus far has been very well maintained and very clean. Even where it was part of the natural stone, it just seemed like everything was very carefully cared for. Everything was very clean and very bright in a sense, whereas even as you are halfway across the chain, you begin to see that the chain itself is rusty, and there are places where the rust is caked on so thick that the chains don't even seem like they are separate links. It seems almost more like you are beginning to walk this rust-red road that is where the rust has grown so thick in places that the links are almost closing up in the center, and at their size, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no kidding.
You pass into what is clearly a dark and depressing and filthy part of town where you can see just dozens of drow of all description and others even poorer than the drow that are dressed in rags. They're begging. You see some of them fighting amongst each other. Just one of the pairs of fighting drow that you see appear to be fighting over what looks like a moldy crust of bread. And one of them, in front of you, stabs the other in the neck, and you just see dark blood flowing out as this drow begins to die in front of you on the road, while the other just kind of desperately scarfs down this moldy crust. The conditions are very different from what you've seen thus far. You are eyed by everyone as you come in, because even if you do not look like you come from high status, you are clearly doing better than anyone here. And you kind of stand out in this section of the city.
A little bit. Fantastic. Okay. Gotta find who this.
What's your name?
Virdakutan.
Yeah, is it Verda?
Virdakutan was the name you were given, yes.
Do you know exactly where it is, or do we ask directions?
You're not sure where to find Kuatan, you just know the name.
What's the... Are there any, like, shop type things nearby around in the area, or just a bunch of, like, squalid people?
It's so squalid and poor here that it, like, anything that looks like a shop front is just clearly in terrible shape. They're, what goods they're offering look like they may as well just be, like, pieces of debris anywhere else.
Well, we have to ask directions somewhere.
Yep.
I'll just go to one of the shops. Would they understand Elvish, or...?
Yeah, they speak Elvish.
I'll just grab something, like I'm buying it, and just ask for directions from there.
Okay. The shopkeeper looks at you warily and kind of seems to be unwilling to offer anything and says, "Who's asking? You look like people of means."
Someone wants to know.
What's that?
Just someone who wants to know.
Noble? Nobles?
Think I'm stupid enough?
Absolutely not.
Even
Don't
if I
look
was,
like-
I'd be stupid enough to say yes.
You don't look like nobles. Don't look like you belong here either.
We just gotta think.
Something about you. Something familiar.
Okay.
You glow, you do. Like the moonlight.
Maybe, or
Hey, you. Who else is there?
Well, no,
A big-
out of people, that's me.
Yeah.
Don't know what you mean by that.
Huh. Don't suppose you would. Would you now?
I sleight of hand so like other people don't see like a gold piece.
Yeah. The shopkeeper carefully accepts it, tucks it away, kind of gives you a like looks around to make sure no one else noticed.
So I roll like sleight of
Let's-
hand.
Yeah, go ahead.
15 plus. Oh, hey. Sorry, let me, I think I'm on Heidi's. Okay, that's why I was so confused. I was like, I am not plus 13.
Yeah, Heidi's sleight of hand is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Not too bad though. 19.
Yeah, you're able to sneak it to him. Says, you don't even know who you serve, do you? You've the light with Illustrae about you.
Did I recognize that name?
Make a religion check.
12.
It's not familiar to you now. But he kind of looks around to either side and says, you didn't hear that name from me. Fine. You'll find Virta further in. He gives you directions, says, follow the streets. Keep to the left wherever you see a red sign. Don't speak of it to anybody. Virta's in enough danger without any help.
Should I like cover her up? Like,
What's that?
For the light, should I like cover up or?
You don't even know the glow you've got. You wouldn't be able to hide it if you tried. Only those with eyes to see will be able to see it anyway.
Okay. It's been a while since I've been out here.
You said Virta is in trouble?
Virta's always in trouble.
Interesting. Left at every red, right?
He says, aye. No one speaks Illustrae's name. Not down here. Not anymore. She stands to light the darkness where Lolth tries to hide it. Nobles hear us speaking her name. They'll tear our throats out. Don't spread it around. Even if you do, maybe represent her. Don't talk about it.
Okay. Thanks.
Moonlight Song go with you. Best of luck.
What's your name?
My name doesn't matter.
Well, good luck on that.
And as you begin to make your way through the streets, you see these very faintly red-colored signs on some of the intersections that are just this side of gray, that have been very faintly pigmented with red.
really quick before we go, I'll just be like, I'm like, sorry. And I'll just yell, like, complaining, like, the quality and stuff, you know.
Yeah. You begin making your way through the streets of Droshaus, and it's just crowded, and the heat of the press of people is intense. And as you go through, you can just hear the cries of people that are starving, the cries of people that are being robbed, and there is just this oppressive sense that nothing is right here. Everyone here is hurt or dying or being just pushed in by the people around them. And every time you find one of the slightly reddish signs, you take the turn. Until finally you come to a building that is barely more than a hovel in what appears to be a residential part of town, not even the sort of semblance of a market that you've seen on your way here. That is marked with this red coloring, very faint, barely noticeable. As you make your way in, you see that there are a number of thin, emaciated drow here that look like they are maybe, at worst, probably 6 hours out from starving to death. At best, they look like they might have a couple days. Like, everyone here is in horrible shape. They're skeletal to the point, like, you can see, the first person that speaks to you is a woman that looks like she has some semblance of authority here, but she, her face is so drawn with the starvation that you can see the outlines of her teeth through her cheeks.
Jeez.
Well, what do you want then?
We're looking for Verda.
You found her. What do you want?
We've heard that you've had dealings with Oswald Goulis.
Maybe we have, maybe we haven't.
Well, we're in the process of tracking him down.
What do you want with him then?
We're still trying to figure that one out. We've heard he's dangerous. We've also heard that a lot of people would like to see him hurt.
Both true.
So we're trying to find the best way to hurt him.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Ow. Oh, that's not terrible.
I'm just like paranoid, like keeping my head like.
Persuasion. Why is my persuasion so low? Total of 14.
She kind of squints at you. Not much for lying, are you? What do you mean, what you said?
It gets
don't
me to
you?
more trouble.
Goulis is scum. We work with him because he's useful scum, willing to deal with us. Got his own agenda. Whatever he wants, he doesn't support the nobles. Doesn't support us either. Just wants trouble. Goulis left about 45 minutes ago. He's headed back for the Spire, going to deal with the nobles there. sold us a few. We'll free them, use them for what we can. Seek liberation in our own way. Not gonna get it. Haven't yet. Likely not. All of us will be dead before any of us are free. Certainly before we can do anything against those mad bastards in the spire. Coolest. No regard for our purposes.
Fair
Likely
enough.
none for yours, none for theirs neither. Coolest only cares about himself, what he can get out of it.
That's what we've heard.
You know about the Aegis, then?
Wasn't planning on bringing them up.
Yeah, he works with them.
I'll look at one.
You work for him, then?
Nope.
You know of.
Definitely no.
Neither does he. Works with him, not for him.
That's good to know.
Doesn't care much for him, from what we understand.
Honestly, we probably have more just a question.
Yeah. That's good to know.
Coolest is a loose cannon. Bit of an anarchist he is.
Interesting.
Anyone smart enough or tough enough to bend others to their will? That's what he admires. Sees something to admire in us for fighting for ourselves. Sees something to admire in the damned nobles for controlling what they can. If you can bend others to your will, they might like you. If you follow a cause, you follow a leader like some kind of sheep, not gonna like you. It's got something of a hobby. It's to tear it all down. Not like we do, mind. He wants to tear it all down just to show he can.
Interesting. Do you know much about fake orcs? Or fake orcs?
The dragon.
Yeah.
Know a bit. She's trouble.
Yes.
She doesn't know what they're up to.
Yeah, we were there just before
You
here.
do?
We hear whispers.
Sounds like she's trying to overthrow those above him as well, or above her as well, in the spire. She's trying to work out a deal with us to get the slaves from Kulis to work for her to be counter spies.
That could be useful.
Yeah. Could be useful for you as well, because she said that anybody that works for her will be well looked after. I mean, as much as you can trust a dragon.
Trust her before I trust any of the nobles.
Yeah, right? Might be something to look into. Find some of your best. Have them work for her. Be sold as pseudo-slaves to those in the spire. Turn their
For
power
what?
against them. Food.
It's not nothing.
A chance. The more we learn about those in the spire, the more greater chance you have to be able to rise up against.
I'll tell you one thing. People working with her, they've got plans for her. Not hers. Theirs.
That's what it sounds like.
Not sure what it is. Bet we could find out.
Yeah.
Did she say I can find out or I want to find out?
We bet we could, yeah.
Sounds like
you
she'd be
say.
willing to pay for that kind of information.
Yeah, exactly. Be worth something having a dragon on your side.
We could use the pay.
Yeah.
There are worse allies than a shadow dragon.
True enough.
Yeah. Just thinking. Our main goal with Coolest is to find out more about the Aegis. If we can liberate those slaves that he has, work with you and Fake Orcs, get a mutually beneficial standing going between you and her. Like you're saying, Coolest serves his own ends.
Sounds fair.
Question is, how do we get Coolest on our side?
Coolest is on nobody's side but his own. We'll get him on yours.
Well, yeah. I mean, how do we
If you want
get
to
him
find
see
him,
our
though,
point of view?
tell you the way he'll make his way to Coolins.
Sure.
Coolins is noble, big business. Coolest doesn't like dealing with them on their terms. He deals with them on his own. If you get there first, you'll find him before they arrive.
How long do we have?
Hour, maybe. 2 at best. Careful with him, though. He's savvy. He knows what he's dealing with. Hard to get the drop on that one.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Gulins, though. Yathvar. Not terribly bright. Nobles think they've got more control than they do. And they'll meet up when they say they'll meet up. Don't have the savvy to show up beforehand. When you get there, you'll find Gulis before they do. Take the back way. Might find him first.
Sounds like the best course of action, I think.
Do you have a way to fake Rix if we leave?
We might be able to find a way.
So that'll work out. Like I say, as well as you can trust a dragon.
Don't trust anybody. Fake Oryx. More than the nobles, though.
Yeah.
All mad they are.
Mad with power. Doesn't surprise.
Mad with power. Mad with madness, too. Power or not, most of them be. Woo!
Mad with bloodlust too, I'd wager.
That too.
One last question.
What's that?
Have you heard any whispers about why Quadrahu Veskrin is in the city?
What's that?
Have you heard any rumors of why Quadrahu Veskrin is in the city?
Quadrahu. She's madder than the rest of them. We know she's about. Not sure why. She's slipperier than any of them. Can't turn out what she wants, no matter where she goes. She deals with the nobles, she deals with the Aegis, she deals with Coolish, she deals with all of them.
She deals with the Aegis?
She deals with everybody. She'd deal with us if we had anything to offer. Don't think we'd trust her the other way, though. Quarahu Veskrin? Trouble. More trouble than the nobles, more trouble than Kulis. She's got big ideas. Ideas beyond her station, ideas beyond ours.
You know what any of those ideas are?
Plenty of rumors. I'll tell you one thing, no matter what we do, she's gonna run the show for all of us before we get the chance to do anything about it. She'll control all of this. Word has she'll control more beyond it if she gets the chance. Bad news, Quarahu Veskrin.
Okay.
Some say she's got her eyes on the surface, too. Thinks her kind's had enough time down here in the dark. Might want some of what the sun touches up there. Might be mad enough to take it. Careful with that one, you. Careful with Kulis, too, though. Alright, you lot aren't much for lying. Gathered that much. If we get in contact with Phaecorix's people, she's got a few. Most of them through her handlers. Some she can trust. You say she'll give us some help. We can serve for her purposes.
That's what she said.
Phaecorix has no need to lie. He's too strong for it.
Yeah. Just tell her that a bunch of crazies sent you.
That we will. You mad lot. Good luck to you. Take care with Kulis now. He's a nasty one. Stay away from Quarahu. She's nastier.
Keep my face covered.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's gonna be a fun afternoon. Okay. So we'll take off and head toward the meeting place with Kulis.
Alright, you make your way back across the rusty chain all the way back into the spire. And you find the place that is this courtyard where they were supposed to meet with Kulis. That Gulins, the noble, was intended to be here. However, you are able to find that it's pretty empty. By the time you arrive there, no one's there yet. But there are some barrels, there are some curtains, places for you to hide.
Fantastic.
Kulis's people begin to turn up before too long. Some of them drow, but actually most of Kulis's servants and captains are people from the surface. Recognize there's a rough-looking dwarf. If you had to guess, probably a mountain dwarf. Kind of craggy features. Looks like he's probably, if he were any other race other than the dwarves, you'd guess he was in maybe his 60s. For a dwarf, probably 150 on up somewhere. Kind of graying reddish hair and beard. Nasty features. Looks kind of just rough, cruel. And as he and several of the other people around here begin to gather, you are hiding in this area. You can see that there are probably 10 to 15 people that are intended to guard Kulis, and pretty soon, from the descriptions you've heard, you recognize Kulis arriving. Short, human, stocky, mid-50s, head and face shaven. Kind of soft features, but sharp, hard stone gray eyes. Ice cold, calculating. Little spectacles that are very small, round, perched on a thin nose. He looks around, kind of examines the situation, looks at the circumstances that he's facing, and he says, "We're not alone. Someone will be here before the Drauvu. If they're not already. On your guard."
Wait, notices. So are we hiding and he notices us?
We're hiding. He hasn't seen us yet, but he's like, somebody's here, or they're going to be real soon.
Yeah, he hasn't seen you specifically, but he senses that something's wrong.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I suspect our buyers will be late. Some others may perhaps be early. We will deal with this on our own. Form up! And his men begin to take formation around him in a thin perimeter of at least a few big, bulky-looking men on all sides. He says,
Nope.
he looks around and makes a perception roll. I know someone is here. Not of our buyers. If anyone wishes to speak, show yourselves now. Otherwise, we will kill you.
I'll stand up. Hands up.
Ah, I thought so.
Very perceptive.
Haven't been in this business successfully for this amount of time without understanding the game. What is it you want?
Just want to talk.
Of course you do. So do they all. What do you actually want?
Oh, what everybody wants. Information.
True. Hard to argue with that. What sort of information?
Well, my team and I, we've been traveling the countryside, and have had a lot of unfavorable run-ins with a group called the Aegis.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm certain you have.
We're not the biggest fans of them.
Neither am I.
Yeah, that's what we've come to understand.
When he starts talking about the team, I kind of creep out also with my hands up.
Okay. Kulis's eyes kind of flit to you, but they focus mostly on Tamati at the moment.
We have a couple others. We're just, not intending to attack. Just, protecting ourselves as well as you are.
Of course. Only fools would be willing to attack under the circumstances.
Sure.
What do you want to know?
Well, as much as we can, we're trying to find ways to hurt them a little bit. Let them know that they're not the biggest fish in the pond.
Oh, they hate that.
Mm-hmm.
All the more reason to be the hook in their cheeks, don't you think?
Just he's standing up too.
Yeah.
This guy, it probably is just pretty pointless to hide now. As in, we're like,
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he notes your presence, but doesn't seem to be particularly struck by any of it. He's just aware.
Yeah, so I pull out one of the Aegis coins. Found this on a body of one of the low tier foot soldiers, I guess you could call them. Didn't really know the significance of them until recently.
I'm sure you didn't. Nor do you now.
Not fully. Sure.
Something about a demi-plane city.
Fascinating, is it not, how knowledge is the most powerful thing you can have, and yet knowledge without context means nothing.
It's true. I say that we've come to learn more about it. We know that you have dealings with them.
Oh, they buy what they need. Profit is what profit brings.
True.
Do you understand the full context of their goals?
They do not even understand the full context of what they are doing. Just like all the mighty heroes. Moral crusaders. Idiots. Weak. Pointless. Like all the rest of them. Do you have a point? An intent? Anything to set you apart from the weaklings, the children of the ages? Are you like them? Are you... Children acting on the blind hope that you might affect the future. Are you as they are?
Yeah, pretty much. We know they're trying to destroy mankind. Or kindred. Trying to destroy the gods.
Oh,
I'm just trying to kill them because they killed my clan.
childish. Follow a cause. They follow a leader. One who stands for what they mean. A strong man.
Someone like you?
Gods, no. They follow someone they believe will stand for their cause. Causes. Purposes. Oh, naivete. Meaningless. Empires are built on the backs of people who have something to prove. Something that means something to them. Nothing means anything but money, but resources. Can't do anything. It's a waste of their time and their energy. Waste of yours. If you subscribe to such things. They are foolish. They are weak. Selfish. All that matters to them is power. Don't know what that word means. Embarrassing, really.
So what matters to you?
Influence. Influence is in fact power. The difference is I understand the scope of what I am dealing with.
Sure.
They back a cause, they back a leader, someone, a strong man, someone that stands for them. He doesn't care. He seeks his own intent. Not mine, not theirs. Only what benefits him.
That's what
I'm
most
more
people
concerned with what benefits me. I don't care what benefits the leader. I don't care what benefits you. I don't care what benefits anyone. What benefits me, that's relevant. Anything else, meaningless.
I'm sure
Are you
that's what they believe.
familiar with Muenkol?
Yes. Little bit.
The god
Quite
of
recently.
cold, the god of winter. Life is cold. Life is cruel. Life is unforgiving. To act otherwise. It's foolish. It's weak. What benefits me, what benefits my people, what benefits those who serve me, that is relevant. Anyone who has any other such goals, intents, morals, weak, childish.
When you speak of scope, how does serving a god differ from having a scope for yourself, a larger cause versus yourself, helping those around you?
Oh. These gods are as short-sighted as mortals are, my friend.
Sure. I could get that. I mean, most of them are some of them are basically ascended mortals anyway. They're out for power for themselves. They're out for glory for themselves. What makes you different from them?
Can we pause? I don't want to miss too much, kids. Just really quick, sorry.
Yeah.
My brain is melting.
I'll be right back.
I'm the muscles of the group, man. This hurts.
I just don't have the improv skills, I think, to come up with these big ideas.
You think I do? I'm playing for Zafina and myself. This is not good. Ugh. And I'm freezing. I don't know why.
Because it's October.
It's cold! Cranked on my heater, put on a blanket, still freezing. Oh, and my butt hurts. Holy crap, it's midnight. Dang it.
Yeah, 12:18. I didn't work on my internship today.
I'm Retro. Oh, I miss Safine.
What I missed?
Oh, so many things. Tamati's dead. Zafine's in ruins. Clueless has killed us all.
I had to jump out, so not much has been missed.
No. Mostly Tamati trying to be smarter than he is.
So just really quick out game. So he says that he only serves himself, but
I didn't hear the last part of that, sorry.
he says he only serves to benefit himself at the end of the world. Essentially.
Yeah, he is only really interested in his own benefit.
Chart. And do everything we can so he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
Do you understand the concept that power is only as strong as what it speaks to. Power is only as intense as those who hear it. Take the Drow as an example. A mighty people. Strong. Intense. Brutal. They don't mean anything to those outside their circle if their infighting is too strong for them to affect those beyond the circle of their influence. On one hand, we have the nobles. Powerful, in a sense, at least. In terms of social impact, in terms of the strength of understanding that they have impressed upon those around them. On the other hand, the rustics. Strong in the numbers that they have accrued. In the unity of the people that they have convinced they can free. Both sides are stupid, mad. On one side, the nobles who believe nothing can challenge the inherent merit they have earned by being born into the correct meaningless house with meaningless power. On the other hand, the rustics who believe that their power has been granted to them by the people who stand for something. The people who, by sheer numbers and intent, stand for independence. Freedom. It's all bloody meaningless. You understand that, of course. Neither side has any real power. It's symbolic for both of them. Stupid on both sides. They grant their enemies power by what they believe them to be. And what power they have in themselves, they undermine. Their own conception of what matters to them. It's easy enough then to play one side against the other, isn't it? Tell them where their power comes from. Tell them where they can put it. Tell them that it means something when they do. It's the power I have. Power they have, that they believe themselves to have, I sell it to them. Both of them. Both sides. They get it from me. It's not their own. So what are they compared to me then? What is anyone compared to me? What is anyone compared to the broker who assigns the roles? I tell them who is the power. I tell them who is the rebel. It's mine. any of it mean without me? Hmm? You dig a little deeper. What does the noble's empire mean without me? What do the rebels' uprising mean without me? Both of them rely on what they think they know. Where do they get that? From me. Noble houses think they are in control. Everyone answers to them. The rustics think that they can rise up and prove they have the truth behind them, that they can tear down the tyrants. But who told them they could? Comes from I can destroy all of it. Moment's notice. I'm going to tear every last bit of it down. Because they should understand who they answer to. Who means something in their system. It's all of it. It's mine. They can pursue every ideal they want to. It's all meaningless. Power of manifest destiny. The strength that was granted to them by their blood. The nobles have nothing. The rebels, they have the power of right, of morality behind them. They don't have anything either. Life is cold. Life is cruel. Life is unforgiving. If you don't recognize that, you are an idiot. You're weak. Moral crusaders. Doesn't matter which side you're on. They're all stupid. They all think they have something. And when you look deep enough, they all answer to me. Going to break all of it, you know. None of it's going to stand when I'm done with it. I don't care if I run the show. I want to destroy all of it. Just want them to see how weak and stupid they have been. That's what I...
You're talking about destroying the drow, right?
Yeah. Empires. They don't mean anything. You only have the power you think you have.
Very interesting point of view. Sounds a lot like some of the gods I know.
Gods, empires, ideals. None of it means anything, you know.
It's like you say. They only have the power that we give them. Sure, your men give you power by following you.
True enough. You, half-breed.
Which one?
I know you.
Which one of us?
Yeah, this fiend's technically half-breed as well, so... I'm just kidding.
gray one.
I'm not a half breed.
Not you.
I can't figure.
Half a drow. I know you. I know exactly who you are. You're part of the Veskran family, aren't you? You look just like her, you know.
So I've been told by an angry rider.
I'm sure you've heard plenty of opinions.
Plenty of stances.
Exactly what everyone wants you to be. They have an idea of who you are. Tell you who you are. You're nothing. Nothing at all. You wouldn't be here without me. None of them would. Your mother? I know who your mother was. I sold her down here. I took her from up there and I sold her down here. And she meant nothing to the people who bought her. She meant nothing to me, except the gold they paid me for her. You look like her, you know. Funny how it doesn't mean anything. There's nothing special about you. You're just like all of them. You think that something about you, something internal to you matters. You are... You know how much your father paid me for her?
Guessing 15 gold.
16, actually. What your father paid me for her, I spent on accommodations for the night. I bought the rights to a room with a fine bed for what your mother was worth to me. You'd be worth more to me now. Your sister's made quite a name for herself. I suspect I could get quite a price for you. Maybe from your sister? The Aegis likes her, you know. Very fond of her.
Counteroffer. All,
Please, by all means.
all we really need is for the Aegis not to get all the shards.
I'm with you there. I don't want them to have that kind of power either.
All we really need is, like I said, just for them to not have it. That's how to get there. We can probably get that shard that they have. There.
We've got one of them. They're moral crusaders like the rest, though. I think they stand for something. Waste of energy, really. know something about you. You have something. You have defiance. It's interesting. What could you do to them with that defiance? Hmm? You might be able to hurt them. I like that idea.
Maybe you could help us hurt them.
Oh, I only do what profits me. As much as they annoy me, I don't see the profit in it. I don't see what value there is in it. What can you offer me? What can you give me? Damage to the Aegis. Hurting them, that doesn't mean anything to me. That's circumstantial. It amuses me. But can't buy much with amusement, can I?
What would it be worth to you, the fall of the Aegis?
It would be worth my amusement. Especially if they knew I was involved somehow. I who worked with them, sold them what they wanted when they needed it. Oh, sweet idea.
Not a
Isn't
terrible
it?
one. I'm sure there's many kindred that would be willing to put up financial, not necessarily backings, but rewards, some form or another.
What can you put up? What can you provide me with?
Got a sweet bottle of black dram.
I will admit a weakness for the black dram, but perhaps a bit more.
I can add 3 bottles.
Why shouldn't I sell you to them? They can offer me a great deal. Don't care for them, but they pay well. Very well. Better than your mother paid, half-breed. More return on investment than I would have garnered from any of your worthless individuals.
Like I said, you want to be the one to show people that you're the one to bring down empires, that things work because of you. We just need the Aegis to not have it on the shard. That can be, we're expendable. If we die, it's no skin off you.
You don't know what you're worth to them, do you? They've taken notice of you. Emerald Wings. I know who you are. They know who you are too.
If we die, tell them you sent us.
Interesting value proposition, all of you. I don't know whether I get more from working with you or from selling you.
Well, if you sell us, you only get the one-time deal. If you work with us, you are a barrel of laughs every week. You want amusement, just follow us around for a while.
You're more clever than they give you credit for, aren't you, Goliath?
Nah. I just look that way.
You know your brother won't deal with them.
My what?
Your brother. Very annoyed. He won't work with them. He's got his own plans, Tane. Tane Ruakoa.
Surprise, family members!
Oh, whatever. Yeah, that's the thing about the Ruakohas. We're kind of stubborn.
The Aegis has no particular stake in how things go for him, but he's making plenty of enemies. Cast off long-standing alliances, attacked former friends. All in the service of founding the mighty nation of Ruakoa. Not a tribe anymore, mind. The nation of Ruakoa. He wants to prove what he is, how powerful he is, the greatest leader in your tribe's history. He killed your father, you know.
I'm both relieved and stressed. Means I don't have to face him.
The Aegis is observing the matter. They'll take action if they feel they need to.
Yeah, I don't see them taking that much action against him. Still a little fish in a big pond.
He wants to make himself a much bigger fish than he is.
Everybody does. Like you said, everybody thinks they're important.
That's why fish get hooked in their cheeks.
So true. So very true. Well, I have business to attend to. If you have nothing else to offer me.
You have slaves?
I always have slaves.
How many do you have on hand right now?
Hundreds.
What do you charge for them?
What will you pay?
Let me see your inventory.
I'm not that naive, Raven's daughter. I require payment before you see the goods. Show me what you're worth.
Until I know what I'm getting.
Show me what you're worth, and I show you what I can offer you. You're so very exhausting. All of you. I don't have time to deal with you. You want to deal with the Aegis, yes?
Naturally.
I can give you the activation phrase for the coins. Leave me to my business.
So, sorry, pause out of game. Did he say, what was the last thing you said?
He's willing to give us the activation phrase if he let him go about his business. Honestly, not the worst thing I've heard tonight. Not the best either.
No, we're just talk to Aegis.
What's your assurance that you won't come after us if somebody pays you enough?
I don't care about you. Plenty of profits stand to come my way without bothering with you. Someone comes asking, can't say I wouldn't mention your names, but for the right price, of course.
Naturally.
Not that your names are well-kept secrets. The Aegis knows who you are, they know where you're going, and what you're trying to do. And yet, how beautiful it would be for you to surprise them on their home turf. Unexpectedly. Showing up in Aegisilm, unannounced. Oh, it is a very, very sweet idea. You could hurt them, you know.
You could hurt them too.
I mean to. In my own time. In my own way.
Well, no surprise, you got guinea pigs.
I say, it could always be that the way in.
Leave me to my business? Hmm?
What if we were to disguise ourselves as slaves and you take us to the Aegis? And you could watch the chaos happen.
Tempting. No, I have business. You handle things on your own. I am not connected to it in any way. They continue to trust me. I destabilize them from within. And I trade my goods. Continue with my business. No one annoys me. Sounds fair, does it not?
It does. So I had an interesting conversation with Fakrix. The dragon in the Spire Forge. She's also looking for ways to destabilize those above her. Talking about using slaves as counter spies.
I haven't spoken to her. She seems... I feared she was... buried in her handler's intents.
There's quite a bit of that, but she doesn't like it.
I do like it. It amuses me.
Oh yeah, no, I get that. But about the ability to have her help you destabilize.
That's what I like.
Yeah. We're looking for some slaves to give to her, so that way she can, in turn, have them work their way up the chain and gain positions to be able to destabilize the spire, to find out what those that are over her are doing. Could be mutually beneficial for both of you.
Hmm.
She gets the intel she wants. You get the money for selling the slaves to the highest bidders who have the juiciest secrets.
I like it.
Something to think about. And I know that, as you know, rustics, they're, like you're saying, they're trying to find their strength. They're trying to find their cause. It's a way for you to give them hope.
I don't care if they have
Strength.
hope. I care if they have money.
Strength. Well, I don't know, but I'm saying if they're working with you, they turn themselves over as slaves. You get the money for selling them. They get the ability to gain favor with those that are around them, and then eventually rise up in power. It's an interesting destabilization process there.
All right. I like it. You wouldn't sell me out, would you?
Do we have a need to? Your goals are sounding very similar to ours.
Need, not the question. Intent.
Well, the original intent was to come down here and rough you up, take you back to the gate, stand trial for the crimes of slavery, among other
I'd
things.
like to have seen you try.
Yeah, that's what we hear. But the more we've discovered, the more we've talked with you and those that are acquainted with you in any way, you still do some pretty heinous things, but, you know, everybody does once in a while.
Moral relativism.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly concerned with what you think is correct. Anyone thinks is correct.
Clearly. But with making this kind of a connection between the rustics and fake cricks, destabilizing them, it'll probably in turn destabilize the Aegis, limit their supply a little bit, or not even limit their supply. We could increase their supply. They'd be working for you and destabilizing the Aegis, which would help us, which helps you gain more money, helps everybody.
Mm.
Like you say, it's all relative.
It's a deal. Keep my name out of your mouths. Understand?
Your name was John, right?
Something like
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Turad Kai Falasain. It's an old dwarvish phrase. It means foundation stone of the first and last. Speak it to the coins. Take you where you mean to go.
Fantastic.
Can we get that in chat?
Sure. He kind of turns and gives a nasty grin to Jasu and says, "Good luck to you, half-breed. Better luck than your mother, certainly."
I just kind of put my hand gently on Jasu's shoulder.
So I have an idea what I could do right now.
Don't do it. We have an alliance. Tenuous at best.
I assume since we've seen this, if Jasu were to explode the 2 pounds of gunpowder that he's been carrying on himself, the epicenter of it, would he not be able to evasion that, or?
Didn't you throw that during the explosion of the, like, when you were dealing with the passageway that when you escaped from?
Yeah, we have 2 of them.
What's that?
We have 2 of them.
I thought you used both of them then, but
I only used one.
I don't remember.
I don't know either.
If I hypothetically did that, would that not be evasion worthy?
No, you wouldn't be able to evade you blowing up explosives on your person.
I'm gonna evade and suicide bombing. Woo! I just tighten my grip a little bit more.
I use shadows trying to kind of like face. Okay. This is not stupid. It'd be a TP. It'd be a TP cannon. After he says that, he just says, figure out how to bring her back, you can sell her again.
Would that I could.
Oh, Tommy, what are you doing?
It's just
He has a high
if I had the means to sell my commodities more than once to the same buyers, believe me, I would, my friend.
Fair enough.
Consider your own value as a commodity not only to others but to yourself. Weigh that against how much you hate me.
I love myself, so I'm good.
That's just so out of game. We're squared away with slaves going.
We pretty much come full circle. I mean, we've got the rustics that are going toward the dragon, and Coolest is going toward the dragon. So I mean, there's a whole lot of like, that's a lot of power going on over there. So probably our next best move would be to go back to Fakrix and let her know the situation, and to kind of expect Coolest to make contact at some point.
I mean, at this point, you have the activation phrase for the Aegis coins. You no longer have to interact with anyone down here if you don't want to.
That's true.
Before we leave,
I'd like to have good relations with the dragon.
I want to go to Coolest and be like, I'm looking for one slave specifically. Brown hair, brown eyes, probably about 27. Do you have some human? Do you have someone like that?
I'm afraid I have many commodities that match that description. Those that have passed through my hold and those that are currently in it. Vague information will net you little, my friend.
Keep me from Devera. Vale's Peak, specifically?
No, not at the moment. I have dealt with Vale's Peak briefly in the past. Long ago, not recently. Give my regards to your mother, though.
Freaking hate this guy. He's the gentleman.
Devanara, no? I know who you are. I know where you come from. If it makes you feel any better, I didn't sell your friend. Your mother had the same questions about him and about you. Didn't sell you either. Unless you're offering.
Nope.
Well, if you don't have him, our dealings are done here then.
Good. If you'll excuse me. I have dealings with people who are actually paying with gold. Shoo.
And I walk away.
Walk away.
Don't like that guy.